Good evening, everybody. How is everyone's day so far? Hello, hello.
Oh. Well, good morning, Oko. How are you doing this morning? What's on
Ah,
there?
it's morning. When did that happen?
It's not morning.
It is
It's
here.
always morning for me. I always just have woken up.
I mean, it's
9
morning
a.m. on my side
for
of the
yeah. I was gonna
pond.
say it's morning for Hex. You can say good morning to
Mm.
them.
Good morning, Hex. How are you doing this fine evening? Let's just shove Oko out of her own DM chair and just have our own conversations.
Hey, you guys do the most yapping here, so
It's a fine 15 degrees on this side.
And
15 degrees Celsius, I assume. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's balmy. That's nice.
That's the extent of winter we get up here.
Oh, legit. Fuck,
oh, that's a pretty
bud.
decent. That's a pretty decent temperature for us Americans.
The
I had
coldest
to do
we've
the heat
gotten,
conversion.
yeah, the coldest we've gotten here during winter is negative 32 degrees Celsius.
Yeah,
Whoa,
not a chance. I'd die.
whoa!
Oh.
That sounds fucking awful.
Yeah, yeah. I was working at an ice cream shop at the
No.
time, and that was one of our busiest nights.
That's
Oh,
crazy.
Yeah, I was by myself because we
If
weren't expecting it to be busy.
if I'm gonna become a popsicle, I might as well make sure I know what it's like to be one and decides
It
to be
might,
a
it
popsicle.
may as well be a tasty popsicle.
So unfortunately, Buddy and Mio will not be joining us tonight. Mio's laptop unfortunately broke, so she is unable to make it. And Buddy is in the midst of a move, so he is unable to make it. But I didn't want to cancel another session. We've got more than half the party here. Let's just do it.
we're gonna
Uh,
power through.
Frank has notes from last session because it's been a hot minute since we've had a session, and I'm gonna let the very amazing note taker remind us what happened last time.
So last time we were here, we finally made it to Kelpsa. Thank God. We made it past the security check, although it was a little bit shaky for a second because Ashram is currently wearing makeup because magic would probably be found out in the city of magic. Once we got there, we went basically straight to the tavern that or restaurant that Jonas's mother owned, the Siren Silence, where we got to stay and meet Jonas's mom. We had a bunch of great little magic foods. It was great. And then the party kind of split for a little bit. The Jonas, Pin, and Cece went to go look around, see if potentially they could sell the carriage to get a copy of the Mordecanian's key to make it one easier and like have more space for everybody as well as two. While we're in there, we can't be tracked by the arbiters, which is still a whole thing that's happening. Um, and then Cece was also trying to get information about the collector, which they found nobody really knows where their shop is, but apparently there's a convention going on where they might be at. Uh, while there, Jonas also found out that their boyfriend, that they said that they'd be able to see from the Ravenous, is apparently here, but is currently being held at the dock by the dockmaster. And then Ashram's disguise was quickly found out by Jonas's mother, and Jonas's mother threatened them like a mama bear and then put them to sleep with some totally delicious almond milk that had no other magical qualities whatsoever. Only really good almond milk. Um, on the way back, Jonas, Cece, and Pin noticed the Emerald Market is now off of the coast of Kelpsa, which is terrifying. And then we made our way back and got to use the key for the first time. And currently, we ended where we're about to go sleep on the boat that Jonas basically created. That seems to be kind of like in the middle of icy waters.
Ooh, yes, exciting. So I guess we get to start with Jonas giving a description of what they see in the Magnificent Mansion.
Yeah, so I described this at the end of the last session, but it's been 2.5 months. So you open the door. You step out onto the deck of an relatively old sailing vessel. Moderate size, probably a 30-40 person crew. The ship, the waters around the ship are completely frozen. So the ship is not moving as much as a ship normally would. It's sort of very stationary. You're not going to be rocked to sleep. On the basically, as far as you can see in almost all directions, is just frozen water. But before the prow of the ship stands giant frozen mountains off the shore, or on the shore, I suppose, with snow sort of softly falling. It doesn't tend to settle on the ship itself. The floorboards are heated by some kind of boiler system running down below the deck. There is a secondary door that leads into the cabin and the lower decks. I'm not warmed up for this, but
Same.
ah, Jonas kind of leads you all below the decks. Uh, you'll find your rooms. The left. I figured you would all want proper beds. I considered giving you hammocks, but I resisted. You'll find kitchen down the hall and to the left. Boiler room. Sorry. Yes. Oh. Ooh. Yeah, I'll get back to you on that.
I just realized I was muted for that on OBS. I was just asking them if they had an idea of what their what the servants would look like in the mansion, because it technically comes with unseen servants, but some people fluff them as being seen and yada yada yada. I was just asking them if they had any thought about that. Apparently not. So I told them they do not need to respond right now.
Yeah. Boiler room is on the right. We've got sort of heating pipes running through the belly of the ship, so despite the icy waters, we keep you nice and toasty. The unseen servants will provide meals. Again, we cannot take food out of this pocket dimension, but it is real enough in here that it will provide sustenance.
I'll have Pin sort of go up to you, Jonas, as you're doing the tour, and they'll just sort of like tug on your scarf gently, and like once you look down to them, they'll say, "Where's my room?"
I think Jonas will go, you can be back up. You can take the captain's quarters. I know Stein will need a bit more space
Isn't the captain supposed to get the captain's quarters?
We don't have a captain.
All right. And they'll just go. They ain't gonna complain. They're gonna get the cushiest fucking bed in the house.
Oh yeah.
And gets like the hotel regular suite, and then Pin's just the top floor, like
Yeah. Pin's getting essentially the penthouse.
residential. Yeah, the penthouse.
Obviously, he's fluffed up the normal rooms to be a bit nicer than it would be, and the internal dimensions are funky. Like if you keep going, off to the side of the boiler room is a hatch leading down to a lower kind of glass observation deck. And there's kind of a loop of some various fishies circling around it. So, looks like a normal ship on the surface, less so below the decks. Becomes more of a...
Just like bigger on the inside.
Yeah, I guess.
Gotta love pocket dimensions.
The best.
Alda will sort of follow around as you're given the tour and whatnot, and she'll just go, You know, I considered getting one of these when you were younger. It just always was too expensive.
Yeah, still is. But, well, we're going to be traveling. Like,
Definitely good to have if you're going to be traveling and on the road.
keep us from prying eyes.
She'll, as you say prying eyes, she'll glance to your arm for a quick second and then just look back to, you know, the walls and whatnot, pretend that she's still taking in the sights and give a small nod. Is there anything you guys wanted to do tonight, or shall we cut to morning?
Am I?
Nothing,
Did I get woken up at this point, or
Oh,
am I still being carried?
You're
Am
still
I still
being carried.
around?
Yeah, I guess Ash
Right?
will be brought to a room. Was there anything Cece wanted to do? Because I don't quite understand the way Damien's mind works, I'm not going to attempt to RP him. Right now, at least.
Probably not right now. Cece's probably just going to enjoy the boat, because I'm just kind of figuring this is probably Cece's first time on a boat, because, you know, most of their time has been in DevCast, which is the polar opposite.
Yeah, reasonable assumption. All right. And Jonas, will you be going to bed right away, or...
I mean, last session, I indicated that Jonas had more to discuss about the situation with Mother, but I am not prepared for that. It's
Yeah, there's definitely some
while,
RP we could do, but if you need more time to rev up, we can hold off on like the current night in game. Then we can just have everybody sort of go to bed.
Yeah, for now, I think we all kind of wind down.
Okay. Alrighty. So, night is uneventful. Probably one of the calmest and safest nights of sleep you all have had in a while. It's actually able to relax and not worry about, pardon me, I keep burping, not worry about being spied upon or having your dreams invaded, having somebody else force themselves into your mental influence or anything like that. This is probably the most relaxing night a lot of you have had in quite some time.
Oh, yeah.
However, eventually the sounds of seagulls start to wake many of you from your rest. The gentle swaying back and forth and the boat creaking as it stays in the water. Slight chill in the air from the frosty waters that you're all currently anchored in. Starts rousing some of you. Ash, you don't know how the fuck you got on this boat.
Yeah, no, Ash wakes up and is like, oh shit, they drugged me and put me on a boat. Well,
Or sending
guess
you to
I-
India.
I guess I knew this would happen eventually. It's a nice boat, all things considered. I can't believe they sprung for this quality if they were gonna arrest me, though. It's kind of crazy. He guess he'll get up and try the door.
Surprisingly, not locked.
Oh, these are some idiots. What the hell? Sort of opens the door a crack, looks outside.
There's nobody
Looks
in the halls.
That's very strange. Okay. Open the door. Peek his head out a bit more, look around. I guess he'll sort of kind of, fully decked out in his stuff, because I guess his stuff is also there.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
weren't
Most
weren't
of it
robbed
will
of
be on
anything.
Kodak.
Your components are still on you. Your spell book's still on you. Your clothes are still there. Like,
Man, these are really bad kidnappers.
Can I, check out my window and see? Because, it sounds like it's out, like we're out in the ocean, right?
Yeah.
I assume.
yeah, you guys
Can
are.
I check and see if that sound is manufactured in some way? Like, is there a loop?
Roll me an Arcana or a Perception. I know Arcana's higher for you, but like,
Yeah, I'm good. It's guy. You can guess which one it's gonna be. 1 second. I think my perception is like a +1, and my Arcana is like a +9. So yeah.
Heck yeah.
Oh no, I actually took it in perception, so it's actually +6. That's not that bad. But oh, sorry, my Arcana is +10. Never mind.
yeah, so that's a 25 for your Arcana roll.
Yeah.
You look out the window and you see the icebergs, and you get that chill as some wind comes in through the faint gaps in the windowsill, or the seal around the window. And you know that if you were out for as long as it would have taken to get here, you'd be skin and bones. Like, sure, magic engines and whatnot exist for boats. Sure, this is a fancy boat. But there is no fucking way that you guys would have gotten to this climate in theoretically 1 or 2 nights. And then you start listening in more and more, and you see some icebergs in the distance. And you watch as some ice falls. But it doesn't leave that iceberg. You watch as, almost on a timed loop, that ice falls from that iceberg off in the distance and crashes into the water. But again, that ice doesn't actually leave the iceberg. You notice the loop.
They've imprisoned me on a fake boat.
I'm gonna say
I'm imprisoned on a fake boat.
with a roll
Depending
of
on how much
25.
attention you are paying, it is around this point where you hear and smell the
Oh, no,
cooking
yeah.
of bacon and eggs.
That was Delilah being silly. I think Ashram figures out his magnificent mansion.
Yeah, I think Ash
Yeah.
would. Like, you guys, you know that they were off to go get a magnificent mansion. You know that you currently have a sailor in your midst, and it's entirely possible that 1 + 1 = 2. Like,
Yeah, which is like, oh right, but they did still drug me though. Oh, all right, this is gonna get awkward. Or at least, I guess Jonas's mom drugged me. Okay, well, I suppose I had that one coming, and he's gonna spend some time now that he knows that he's not in any kind of specific prison-based danger. He's gonna groom himself. He's gonna make sure he looks nice. He's gonna make sure everything looks good. I assume there's some basic like bathroom supplies for like taking a bath or do whatever that needs to be done. He's gonna avail himself of that. He comes out. He looks better than he has since they've met him. He looks great.
The
Freshly
red
washed,
really is
freshly
coming.
clean. It looks like even though the sleep was magically drugged, being on this boat, having this fresh, well, quote unquote, fresh sea air kind of come into him, he does look like a different man now. He looks a bit more alive. You know, his eyes are a bit brighter. His cheeks are a bit more flushed. He's home. He's back where he belongs. And he's kind of feeling that a little bit. He's feeling a little more relaxed, a little more comfortable. So yeah, he'll come down and he'll sit. I guess I'm assuming there's like a communal eating area.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll sit down. Oh well, good morning. Good morning, everyone. That was pleasant sleep, all things considered.
Notably, it is not the unseen servants cooking. It is your fishy host.
Oh. What are you cooking, Nifrin?
Got
Oh
some
yeah,
fruits.
that sounds delicious. That
I don't know
sounds
if fruits
delicious.
go with bacon and eggs, but I want fruit, so we're having fruit.
Yeah, absolutely.
We actually have ones this time. They weren't all eaten while you were gone.
I will say, notably, Hex, that Alda is not there. You suspect that she left before everyone else sort of started waking up in order to go tend to the shop or to go take care of other things.
Yeah.
Ashram's gonna kind of walk around the kitchen and just sort of inspect what could be in the store barrels for fruits, and hopes he finds a barrel of oranges.
The barrels are empty,
Oh, that's a shame.
but
Uh,
you can produce an orange nonetheless.
Oh, can I have an orange? How would I go about doing that, Jonas?
I don't know. You're the one who knows how modern Canaan's mansion works.
It's not a spell I ever use regularly. It takes a lot out of you. But I'm going to put my hand into an orange shape and think very orange thoughts.
I will say Cece's like across the table and is kind of like having like little apple slices, because like their normal breakfast is just like fruit and like maybe like a slice of toast and stuff like that, and they're just kind of like mouth half full. They're like, no, what you do is you just ask if you can have an orange, and then the unseen servant will bring you an orange. You don't. It doesn't operate out of thin it.
Oh,
You,
that makes
yeah.
that makes way more sense, right? That makes more sense. May I have an orange, please? Looking around.
An orange will appear with a small swirl of arcane influence and then slowly drift its way over to you.
I think it lands in his hand, and he does a little fist pump, like yes.
Orange acquired.
And he just very, very expertly peels the orange, because I'm not good at peeling oranges, so my character should be able to do that. We'll
What
expertly
do
I
you
wish I
peel
could be.
he does the peel that like flours the orange out, and then sets it down. Waits for actual breakfast and has a nice tasty orange. Well, uh, it was kind of you to bring me in here after your mother drugged me. I appreciate that at the very least.
Man,
That's what that milk is supposed to do? Oh, I thought it was just really good.
Yeah, it was very good, right up until it put me to sleep.
Um, random question. Can I assume that like did I can't because I can't remember. Did all the like tell us maybe like in general to the party be like, hey, maybe like fix the makeup because kind of obvious.
She did not.
Oh, well, never mind then.
But like
Yeah, that
notably, Ashram
conversation-
has had a very, very cleansing shower and bath. Like he does not have the makeup on anymore. His hair is probably
Yeah.
still dyed, but
Probably.
it is Ashram's face.
Based on what your mother has intoned to me, I believe we might want to try to find some other means of disguise. I don't believe makeup is gonna last is gonna do it for very long, unfortunately.
Cece slowly puts the makeup kit away that he had open. Was so excited to use again.
Where's Damien
Well, then-
and Pin? They're usually up by now.
I'll say Damien's definitely at the table. Pin is, if this eating area is below deck, Pin is absent.
He's just sleeping in.
Yeah. That's understandable. Let them sleep in.
So then, if makeup won't work, what do you suggest we do?
I don't know. At this point, anything that would detect magic is gonna be. I'm assuming it's going to be divination, right? Which means it
Not
might be broken
everything.
actually. Yeah, but the most important one, which is detect magic in my opinion, is going to be divination magic, which means it's probably going to be broken, which means that
Yeah.
True Seeing,
That's
for
probably-
example, is divination.
Yeah. True Sight's divination, detect magic's divination. I mean, we could just get a disguise self spell and I could use that. It's not like people in Kelpsa don't regularly use disguise self spells for fashion purposes. It wouldn't. The more I
Yeah.
think about it,
But
the
if you go
more-
through a kind of like if you go through a checkpoint or anything, they will just dispel magic you.
is that a common practice for dispel magic through quote unquote checkpoints?
Coming into Kelpsa and leaving Kelpsa, if they suspect any
Yeah.
form of illusionary or physically altering magic, then because divination is down, they might opt for a dispel magic. Normally,
but
those
in the city
checkpoints,
itself-
yeah, normally those
Yeah.
checkpoints would have things like True Sight, and
Right.
like other means to see through an illusion, but because a lot of that is divination and divination's currently down, Ashram can suspect that they might put in other means like dispel magics.
So it was easier to get into the city with regular disguising ability, like non-magical disguise abilities. But that's not going to get us around the city well. So now that we're in the city, it's very highly unlikely they're going to be setting up checkpoints around areas that will.
Yeah, not unless you're like
Um,
trying to go into the institute or something. Like
yeah,
you'll be fine.
which
Okay.
I was kind of
So
actually hoping to try to, at the very least, look around for some libraries and some research. So that's going to make that a little bit more difficult. But that might be something I can maybe have one of you do at some point, either today or sometime soon. If I could tell you what to be looking for, though, honestly, I'd rather be looking for it myself because it's going to be a pretty difficult topic, I think. Also, I apologize. They were firing fireworks off today for some reason, so I'm getting a lot of sparkling noises and pops. So if
I
y'all
haven't heard
hear that
anything
on
through
my
your microphone yet.
I
Okay,
was about
good,
to
good,
say, I
good.
haven't heard
I think
diddly squat.
I think Crisp is picking all that, or is filtering all that stuff out. But yeah, like that was really my thoughts on the subject before I was drugged and knocked out. Is that considering we are in the city now, a proper magical disguise might be in order at this point. The problem is that I don't know a proper magical disguise because, well, let's say that I didn't have time to grab that stuff before I left my house, as it were.
Hmm. I mean, I guess we could go. You said that there. I mean, yeah. You said kelps are probably it's common. So I mean, I could go find one. I'm pretty sure they'd probably believe a bard being like, "Hey, I gotta look really good for this show coming."
Well, there are. I'm assuming there are magic shops that would sell certain low level spells around the city. If you could get a hold of some papers, I could potentially transcribe them into my spell book and have access to it. The problem is that gets kind of expensive. Also, disguise self is a cantrip, I think, or is it a first level spell? I forget.
I have a feeling it's a first level. I'm going to double check.
Yeah, same.
It
Kind of
is a
bouncing
first
back
level
and forth.
illusion spell,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, that's the best it could be because that's, I think, a day and then just whatever the guild piece of the paper and ink would be. I
Question is,
have
how
to
much
look
would
it
it
up.
cost to get the things you need to inscribe it?
Um, that's a very good question.
Question
Ashram
that
does the
I don't readily know the answer to because I don't
Ashram
play
is
Magic Casters.
does the calculations in his head as I look it up. 2 hours and 50 gold pieces is how much I need. So I need to get a copy of the spell, and then I need 2 hours, and I need 50 gold pieces worth of materials to do it. I believe most of my materials. I don't think I actually have any of those materials. Let me double check. Because I was keeping an eye on that stuff. I do not. And I currently have 17 gold pieces on me, so we're gonna need at least another 33 plus whatever the cost of the spell to purchase the spell would be. I mean, if we purchase a scroll of it, I can transcribe it from the scroll. So it's not like we're just being like, "Hey, I need to look into your spell book," right? Like, if you can get a scroll of it, I can put it in my spell book and just have access to it going forward.
I mean, I have a few plat left, but because we took an early night, I didn't do the normal performance to get a few extra silver and such, so I
Does
am also almost broke.
Jonas, does your mother perchance know anyone who is looking for work? We could do some work around the city.
I can ask. I've been
Okay.
gone for the better part of a year.
Sure. That's understandable. I hope that you understand that it would be difficult for me to do anything right now until we have a way to disguise.
Oh.
So,
Damien, you wouldn't have access to Damien's spellbook, would you? Like, would he have disguise? I would assume Damien wouldn't have disguise self.
It doesn't sound like a spell. Hold on, let me double check that I'm not muted. Yeah, okay. It doesn't sound like a spell Damien would have, but I'm gonna double
Right.
check.
I should have taken it when we leveled up. I didn't think about that.
It is not listed in his first level spells.
Okay, I didn't think so. All right. Well, crap.
so because we're trying to make sure I understand kind of where we stand and what we want to do while we're here. So first things first, you need disguise self.
Yes.
So that way you're not stuck in here the entire
Right.
time. Then you want to do research in libraries, which I think I can help with because I have sending, and it's a lot easier for me to talk my way into places.
Yeah,
I know.
I'm so used to being able to get into libraries, no problem. But that was in a time when I wasn't being hunted by the cops, as it were, and had a all access pass, being a professor and all that.
Jonas, is there anything you want specifically to do while we're here?
Okay, they would have
Except,
raided my apartment, right? There's no way I'm getting anything out of my old apartment, correct?
That is a fair assumption.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to do anything stupid for no reason.
Ooh, I'm
I'd
gonna
rather
send you a
not.
message,
I'd rather
too.
not do that. Yeah, send it all. Yeah. That's really kind of what I would want to do. Is I want to try to get some research on how the arbiters are able to cast magic inside of a non-magic field.
Okay.
Um,
Well, I
and
feel like
if I can get a
sorry, go ahead.
disguise spell, I can generally make myself look like a member of the like a student. That wouldn't be hard. I also, I have minor illusion. I could illusion myself a badge as if I were a student's badge, and just say something along the lines of, "Oh, I forgot my badge. Here's what it looks like." Yeah, and talk my way in. That shouldn't be too hard. Um, Also, I could maybe minor illusion a badge for you. I'll produce a minor illusion of what one of the library badges would look like. I assume they use badges. I'm sitting here making up lore because I love making up library lore in my game. So
Yeah. So you're talking about the libraries in the Locksmith Institute of the Arcane, right?
or just in the city. I assume there are libraries
Yeah,
outside
there are
of this,
libraries
outside
in the city. Yeah, anyone could walk in and read. If you wanted to check any of the books out, then yes, you would need a record on file, like a library account or a library card or a library badge.
So like I would produce like whatever one of those badges would look like. And I could just be like, CC, if you want to try to make some fake documentation that looks like this, that might help get in.
I mean,
I probably wouldn't really even need to convince anyone if I had something that looked like this. I
we
would
could
just
do
need to-
that, but also realistically,
Sure.
as long as we're not going to the library of the Institute, which I feel like is probably under a little bit more lock and key.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure libraries are used to people like coming in who don't have library cards, especially if they're visiting. and it won't be hard for me to ask if I can come in and do some looking around, unless they're especially because one, I
I
do kind of
see.
want to go to the libraries and do things because that's like
Okay.
that's a whole thing with CC. So
Are the
let's.
libraries open to the public for the most part?
Yes, there are public libraries.
Okay, okay, okay. I don't know. There's some cultures that like to close guard that shit. So who
No,
can ever say?
because of how
Um,
free with knowledge they tend to be in Kelpsa, and how like everybody has access to some even minor means of magic. Like there are a bunch of public libraries now because of who you are, Ash.
yeah,
Public libraries are going to have very curated content.
sure.
You know that
We
if
can
you
maybe
want like that deep juicy lore, you're not
right,
going to find it in a public library.
fair. What I'm trying to get right now, because here's the problem, right? Ashram doesn't know it's psionics. Ashram doesn't know what it is they're using.
Mm-hmm.
Ashram's never heard of psionics. It's not really a field of study he ever went down.
And given
Um,
given your status or former status and
yeah,
power and social standing that you had in Kelpsa, the fact that Ashram is not familiar with this in any way, shape, or form
right.
might tell you something.
Yeah, I was thinking like maybe there was a book tucked away somewhere. Like I'd have to roll really high, but at least it would give me a chance if we were to make the public library rounds. Library rounds. Um,
I'm
I
telling
mean, I
you
could
right
go.
now, you are not going to find anything about
Okay,
psionics in a public library.
okay,
I mean,
okay.
I'm just
what
going to give
is
Man,
that to you
the
for free.
would here's a question. Would Loxit allow me to enter if I was just curious about, like, if I had questions, basically almost like, for lack of a better term, I guess like a reporter, um, and wanted to ask questions, would that allow me at least entrance into Loxith?
I think so. You'd be very guided. You'd be escorted. You would probably have people making sure that they don't take their eyes off of you.
what if we were to make a physical copy of a Locksith student ID, effectively, and then
Um,
you go in a non-magical disguise as a student of Locksith with an ID, and then that would give they would probably give you a bit more carte blanche to sort of sneak around and look around and figure out what you can do.
this is a real. I mean, we could. So I mean, we could do that. Copying documents physically though takes time. Plus, we'd also need to have someone
Fair.
grab it. Although I feel like the getting the
Oh
ID
no,
is
no,
the
no,
hard
no,
part.
no! That's
I
not
feel
hard. And
obliged.
again, I produce another minor illusion of what a Locksith student ID looks like. Like that's easy. I can get you a copy of it. That's not a problem. The question is they're not going to take this for sure. And any magical disguise I try to do is just going to get dispelled the moment we walk in, because Locksith is very, very, especially because of certain recent situations, are very shall we say, dispel magic heavy on a lot of things. So if you try to walk in that door with a disguise of some kind, it's gonna just snap right off. And
I
that's
feel
not great.
obliged.
Hmm? What's up,
I,
guys?
I feel obliged to mention that trying to break into the seat of government on our second day back in the city in the midst of a crisis, bit hasty.
That is fair.
Well,
Let's.
I don't think we're breaking into the seat of government. We want to look at the libraries, and also this, in my opinion, personally, I think this is the perfect time to do it. They have a lot of fires they have to put out, which means people are going to be all over the place. Um, so
So just
you know,
a
So
reminder that the Locksith Institute of the Arcane is where the Council of Kelpsa is seated.
Okay, right.
That
okay.
is technically a government building.
Sure,
So-
but it's not like we're going to their like a meeting room. We're gonna go to the like a side library or something. Like
Jonas, can you
so-
roll me an intelligence check?
Okay.
Ha ha ha
Oh,
ha.
I'm immediately bummed and disconnected my headset.
Oh no.
See if it can.
so
It's like I can still hear his voice.
Their voice. Who is my little old lady? Oh, Gesundheit. Just let you know, Dee, that you have inspiration for your next role as
Oh.
Ash, thanks to
yeah,
Sinar.
thank you very
Oh.
much. Thank you very much, Sinar.
Sinar, I'm still waiting on a
the-
DM from you, sir.
Oh.
Oh.
Just a straight int check.
Yeah.
Leave.
I'm not the smartest fish in the pond.
That's okay.
I believe.
I'm taking your background into consideration for this. A
That's pretty good.
16, given your background. Jonas, there are so many seedy, underground, underbelly organizations that you know that you guys could find if you look under the right fucking rock. There are ways to get the things that Ashram is asking for. There are ways to get people who are willing to help you get on the inside for the right price. There are resources available, and given the fact that your mother is the owner of a pub or a food establishment on the docks, she might also be able to point you in the right direction.
Yep, definitely not something Asher would have thought of.
Ashram is so sheltered, he doesn't know how crime works.
He's been a fucking college professor his whole life. He's never had to do anything.
I
The most shadiest thing he ever did was.
straight-laced.
I like to think the shadiest thing
Occasionally-
he ever did was he bought a little weed from a student once and then felt bad about it.
I occasionally forget how much Jonas's life is built on the underground, essentially.
Yeah.
So yes, these are things he would know, and it had not occurred to me that these things.
You've worked on a number of ships, and some of them didn't have legal paperwork, we'll say.
Yeah,
Dick.
Alright. Well, I mean, Jonas, if you want to do that,
That is if Jonas decides to bring this up.
well, yeah, I guess that's fair.
Give me your boogers.
no thanks.
Yeah,
Not
no, thank
you, Mystic.
There are more discreet ways that we could get inside.
Mhm.
I'm talking about crime.
Crime?
I do love crime.
I love how
What is that?
Australian you sounded with that one.
Talking about
Right.
crime.
I had to break it out for that in particular. Look, there are all sorts of, shady avenues through which we could get some semi-official paperwork, friends on the inside, etc.
Sure.
If you know where to look, they come crawling out of the woodwork. Literally in some cases. Some of them turn into bugs and live in the walls. It's kind of
That's awful. I like that.
That's pretty good. I like that.
But regardless, I think there are safer ways of getting the information we need than walking up to Loxus with a forged student.
I mean, I trust CC, but if you think there's a better way to do it, If you have a
Oh.
better way to do it.
I'll have a poke around the right pressure points,
Okay.
see what I can dig up.
I love the
I will
idea
also
that,
say.
that
Sorry.
Ashram has the most like juvenile way like options for crime because he's just so bad at it. Just like, yeah, what if I just forge an ID and get into the club that way, and I'll have a bunch. I get to have a bunch of mixed drinks. It's crazy.
I will say, CC probably will, like. Also, I will say I would prefer Jonas's way purely because I don't think we could do what you were planning with all of us, which means if something goes sideways, I'm just SOL, and I might be good at talking, but from experience, talking your way out of a prison cell is so much harder than talking your way into one. Trust me.
Why did you talk your way into a prison cell?
I will keep that in
CC
mind.
doesn't know when CC didn't know when to shut up sometimes, and sometimes she said the wrong thing to the wrong people, and spent the night behind bars.
And he's learned this lesson, and he's keen to impart it upon Damien.
Yeah, basically. God, I really wish she would. So okay, so I mean, so here's a good question. Jonas, didn't you want to go? Was there something that you wanted to do? There was something you wanted to do while we were here, and I feel like we could potentially kill two birds with one stone. Well, actually, a few birds with one stone, because one, we need money. We're broke. Two, and depending on if we can get, you know, an under the table day job, basically, I feel like that would be a lot easier to find information out in those places than trying to apply. Also, I don't really need to put applications in here. I'm fine. Um, Plus,
Look,
we could ask
if,
around about that
I'll be
curio
honest,
convention as well.
there's so little regulation around certain parts of the city that are deemed, you know, not as shiny as the rest. Like, if you're doing manual labor, you don't even need paperwork, more or less. They just kind of, like, you show up, you start working, they're not going to stop you. I could walk into that dock, pick up a crate, put it on a ship, pick up another one. No one's going to stop me. Who cares what I overhear while I'm there? You know, I could walk up to them after putting 30 crates on and go, "Hey, can I get my pay for the day?" And they'll just sign me a check.
Mm.
This, like, I did this for like 10 plus years when I was growing up. Just walk up, load up a ship, get paid for someone I don't even work for, go home.
Inkstand. Watch the party members do hard labor.
all the weak magic people. No, I got this, guys. Don't worry.
Ugh, it just reminds me of the first episode of Konosuba where they spend like weeks doing like hard labor and they're all happy, and then right at the end they're like, "Wait, we're adventurers! Crap!"
So it sounds like, just from you saying it, the docks though might be the best option because ease of overhearing things. Like you said, nobody's gonna care if we're just there and start working. And
Well, unless you're dressed like a wizard. But
Hey, take offense to that.
you look out of place doing manual labor.
That's fair.
Based on the remark Jonas's mother made, would he be smart enough to realize that there would be eyes looking out for him after La Maria, or is that just completely skipping his mind here?
What remark are you talking about?
Alda mentioned that there was someone who'd washed up that was being held by the dockmaster that she thought could be Este, but that given what was going on or what had happened recently, that it may be unwise for him to just waltz up to the docks.
I mean, honestly, the player was able to put that together. It's entirely possible that Jonas has been able to, but because you're the one who gave me that plot hook, if you want to roll an insight, you're more than welcome to.
Okay. Uh, 13. Yeah, I think that
I was
the
muted. Sorry, my OBS is. I keep muting so that you guys like don't
Ah!
hear my background noise. But yes, Jonas rolled a 13 on their insight. So basically, I'm saying that it's entirely possible that Jonas would be, keen to maybe ask their mother for a follow up. Like, be like, hey, what did
Yeah.
you mean by that? Or you could be like, maybe I should investigate at a distance. It's up to you how
I
you
think
want
the
to go
first
about
thing
it.
he does is he goes and asks his mother,
Okay.
because he has been given no reason not to trust her.
So you leave the Magnificent Mansion?
Yeah, I think I indicate to those present at breakfast that he's going to go follow up on some info, and he will excuse himself.
Okay. So
And I will
long,
go find
so
Mother
long
Dearest.
as you leave the key in the keyhole, that spell is good for 24 hours, so it's good until this tonight. So you go out into the dwelling above the cafe area, and no enchanted lights are on or anything like that. It seems pretty empty. Or not empty, but like it's clear that there's nobody else there with you. You go down to the shop as you see it is daytime through the sun coming in through the window. And you go down to the shop and you notice that the lights aren't on downstairs either. And in fact, the sign is still flipped over to closed, to be front facing. So the shop presently isn't open.
All right. What time is it? Just judging by looking out the window.
Do you have keen mind?
Nope.
I mean, it's not quite midday yet. You see plenty of people outside the windows of the shop working. You know that it is a time for operational hours, and you suspect your mother would normally be open at this time.
He will go upstairs, knock on Aldo's bedroom door.
What's your passive perception? My
14?
cat hit the fucking spacebar and muted me again. So passive perception is 14?
Oh, hang on. No, that's Aldo's, which is a 20. Jonas's passive
Yeah.
perception.
That's why
is
she got you, by the
15.
way, D.
Oh yeah.
Alda's a
She's
beast.
a rogue, huh? Yeah. That's fair.
Yeah, my passive perception is 15.
15. As you go back upstairs, I imagine your dwelling to be quite small because, again, the cafe is sort of like a long hole in the wall, right? As you go back upstairs, you're in your kitchen dining combination area, and you notice a piece of parchment on the table, on the circular table in the middle of that room.
Jonas's eyes kind of narrow on the parchment. He is nervous as he picks it up
Okay.
and gives it a look over.
Yeah. It just says, I'm out running some errands. I'll be back later today. It is in your mother's handwriting.
Okay. Let's assume that this is normal and that I haven't brought catastrophe upon my family again. And let's go with plan B. I'm gonna head to the docks and take a peek.
Okay. Let's switch up the music. Do I have... I do not have that track in this playlist. Un momento, por favor. Mystic, you're making this very difficult. But you are my little old lady, so you can do whatever you want.
Need to deal with something. I will be right back.
Yep. Okay, Missy, I need you to move for a moment. Thank you. Alright, we're going to try this music exercise. Okay, we're getting some dock sounds. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. So you say you're just going to go to the docks?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You go to the docks again. It's not quite midday, but there are a number of docks in port, and you see people taking things off of ships. You see people putting things back onto ships. A lot of sweat and manual labor. You definitely, go back to your days as like a teen and a young adult, sort of earning what copper and silver you could. Yeah. What are you looking for?
There used to be muscle on these bones. He will sort of nonchalantly wander over to, I imagine, where the dockmaster would be.
Oh, you're gonna head over to the dockmaster, like the dockmaster's office?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna preface this by saying I know nothing about ports and docks and shipping manifests and how this shit's supposed to work, so I am basically just going off of how I think they should work in my head. It's entirely possible I'm incorrect. So
maybe Kelp is stupid and runs it poorly anyway.
Maybe! But you go over to the dockmaster's office. You've been in here once or twice. I don't know if you've ever reported anything, or if you've just been sent by people you were hired to go deliver manifests or so on and so forth. But you're familiar with what the inside tends to look like. It's a number of small cubicle-type office areas to keep paperwork. It's also combination holding cells. And, you remember seeing drunkards or the like in holding cells. So you go into the office. Your passive perception's of 15, right?
Yeah.
Would you be the type to gleam the posters on the wall?
I think if he's looking for any information, yes.
All right. You see every now and again like a number of missing persons. Kelps is known for people disappearing in the midst of the night. You don't know if it's people fleeing, the persecution or being forced into the Institute of the Arcane. You don't know if it's people just disappearing off the docks. Like, Kelpsa does have a person disappearing problem. But one thing that does catch your eye amidst wanted posters, missing posters, so on and so forth, is a poster with your name on it.
Oh dear.
Mm-hmm. So you do see that poster.
Alright. He will give it a closer look.
Alright.
Does it have an image of him on it, or is it just a name?
It does not have an image. It is based off of the one that you sent me. So it literally just has primary suspect is Jonas Allison. and it has a brief description, but really what it only says is young adult water genasi. And given that this is a port city and genasi are an inherently magical race, you're not entirely uncommon. Sorry, you're not entirely uncommon. You're not rare.
Yeah.
There's plenty of Triton and water genasi on the docks because they make great sailing crew.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame that Jonas was the only water breather of his crew.
Yeah. Seems like a failing of the captain. I'm just gonna put that one out there.
Yeah.
Do you continue inward or do you nope the fuck out?
Is there a dockmaster at a station? Like, is there a dock that is...
You will see sort of an older looking Triton gentleman behind what you presume to be the front desk. He's currently going over paperwork. He doesn't really pay you any mind until essentially you approach him.
Okay.
Notably, you
Next
know that
one.
he's not the dockmaster. You know that the dockmaster is an older dwarven gentleman.
Yeah. Next question. Can I just take the wanted poster off the wall without it being noticed?
Do you want to run me a sleight of hand?
Uh,
I don't know, Jonas. Can you?
I'll dance with the devil. I am willing to find out how far I will push my luck today.
You're rolling pretty decently today so far. You normally roll pretty ass, so...
Yeah,
Watch
well, we
me
can fix
curse it.
that.
Watch me curse it.
I was
Watch
about to
me
say, you
jinx
just cursed it. You just cursed it.
There you go, 17! Not terrible. There's a number of posters on there that do have tearaway information. There's a number of empty tacks that look like people have already torn some paper off. You can see little remnants of what the poster would have been there. So the person behind the counter doesn't really flinch or bat an eye as you do your best to discreetly and quickly tear that paper off.
Okay. I'll fold it up. I'll put it in my coat pocket.
I will say, as you are standing in, like as if you had walked in, your back now facing the posters and the door. Looking forward is that desk, and beyond that desk is the offices of the people who work at the docks. But to your right, what lines the right wall are the holding cells, and they're essentially just like overnight tanks, essentially. So they are bars with a bench suspended from the wall and like a bucket with no courtesy and no privacy. And you do see somebody currently in one of the holding cells.
What's that?
Jonas will just walk over like he owns the place.
Just waltz on over.
For what?
Yep.
Give me
1 second.
literally any sort. Well, anyway, chat, it's good to see you all today.
All right, I am back. Laying on the bench against the wall, or suspended from the wall, you see the gaunt form of a familiar face with tattered, unwashed clothes, calloused hands, leathered skin. He looks like he hasn't had a good meal in quite some time, and he looks like he hasn't had much water in a very long time. He appears to be sleeping, but every now and again you watch as his lips will mutter something, and his fingers will tap against his chest as he's got a hand on his chest.
Can I roll an Arcana check to see if there is any magic on the bars?
Yeah, go ahead.
Arcana +5.
17 again. Yeah, there's definitely some arcana to help reinforce the lock and whatnot to help prevent people like trying to like slide things in between the bars. It's like an invisible wall of force.
Can I Misty Step through that?
I don't see why not. You wouldn't be able to Misty Step out though.
How come?
Because I'm gonna say it makes sense for them to have Dispel Magic on the cell itself. Or
Okay.
Anti-Magic Field, I mean.
Yeah.
Which is something you'll also probably clock.
Okay, yeah. I think Jonas just places a hand on the bar and goes, "You look like hell, old man."
Surprisingly enough, as you address him, he doesn't really register that he's being spoken to. Now, you're familiar with him. You know what he looks like when he's sleeping. This doesn't really seem wholly like sleep. There's something off about him.
To the slimy little sea creature voice that lives in my head. Boy,
What?
basically asking the Ravenous, what is wrong?
What is wrong with him? Well, he could probably use with a good meal and maybe a drink of water.
Oh,
If you said something, Hex, it didn't entirely come through.
that's because yours didn't.
Oh, mine didn't? Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
I can now.
Oh, okay. The Ravenous is just basically like he could probably use a good meal and a drink of water.
Yeah.
You do get the impression that the Ravenous is being coy.
Is there a bowl of some kind near him?
Um,
Oh, I can't cast magic in
No.
this. In this,
you
so I wouldn't be
cannot.
able to use create water.
Eventually, you hear footfalls behind you, and if you care to look behind you, the older Triton gentleman who is behind the desk is now standing behind you with his hands folded behind his back. Is this an individual that you happen to know?
They look ill.
They eat and drink when offered. They're not coherent. We've had them seen by medical professionals physically, other than, dehydration and malnourishment he's still recovering from. It just seems like he's suffering from some mental magic. He babbles. He rambles. He does not speak in many coherent sentences, and when they do, they make very little sense.
I see. I've seen illnesses like this before. That's why I was observing, trying to figure out as a fruit.
Oh, you're cutting in and out there. Hex, can you do me a favor and speak a little louder?
I've seen illnesses like it's kind of why I've been standing here observing. I'm trying to see if there's some kind of through
Are you a healer of sorts?
this course. I was.
It's an interesting predicament. He washed ashore. From what ship, we're not entirely sure. There's not much record of shipwreck that would align with him washing up. I mean, the most recent shipwreck happened many months ago. Or that we're familiar with, at least. If he was truly in the water for that long of a time, he would have been eaten by some creature or have drowned. Sadly, nobody really knows his name, and he has not been able to respond when asked.
Have you gotten anything coherent out of him? Even if it makes no sense, just anything happens.
Again, the sentences that he does manage to string are random at times. Have nothing to do with current conversation or the people he's trying to address. Sometimes he'll jolt upright and scream things about something about an eye or a creature, or something about being hungry, but when we try to offer him food, he doesn't eat it during those times, despite saying something about ravenous.
So this is what it does to people. I need to consult, if you excuse me.
Sorry, Hex, did you say you need to consult him, or...?
I need to consult my notes. If you'll excuse me,
yeah,
thank you
I will be over there if you need me. Nah, he'll leave. Sorry, I didn't state that, but he'll leave.
Yeah. I think Jonas just goes home.
Yeah?
Not really sure what to do now, having, obviously, this has completely overshadowed the thoughts he had of, let's go get identification to get into the to get into the institute. No, it's very much this is the sole thing occupying his mind.
Do you attempt to reconnect with the Ravenous?
I don't think he feels he can speak to it right now.
Okay, that is completely fair. Alright. I was about to ask Frank and Dee if their characters were doing anything while you were gone. But Frank has just needed to BRB.
I mean, that's bad, because I was literally like, nah, Ashram wasn't doing much. No, I think Ashram is mostly just, like, trying to practice his disguised self. Like, he'll call up some energy and try to do something with it, and it looks like one of those horrible, like, generative AI images with too many fingers. His face is all fucked up. He's like, it's not it! That's not it! That's not it! That's not it! No. I can't quite get it right. I need a basis of magic to work off of. I don't have my notes properly.
I will say if anyone does attempt to look for Pin, if you go up to the deck, you'll find Stein sitting at the base of the mast and looking upwards or calling out for Pin. They will make themselves known in the crow's nest.
That
That just seems very creature energy for them.
does make a lot of sense.
when Jonas gets back, I do not think he is looking for Pin, but he just climbs up to the crow's nest anyway, because that's his sort of comfort spot.
I was gonna say, upon returning to your mother's shop, the sign says open and the door is unlocked. I mean, granted, I don't think it would have been locked anyway, because I don't think you have the key, unless you do. That's something that's also possible. I'm just saying your mother's back and the shop's open.
Yeah, awesome. Okay.
But Frank just sat back down, so before we do that, I'm just gonna ask,
Yeah.
is Cece doing anything while Jonas is off doing his thing?
Probably not. I will say at some point, Cece's probably gonna like poke his head out, like walk, or I shouldn't say poke his head. After like 10, because I'm assuming like the walk to the docks and there is like was a little bit longer. He's probably gonna like go downstairs and try to figure out like where the hell did Jonas go? Because Jonas didn't tell anyone that they were gonna go to the docks. They're like, hey, I'm gonna go talk to my mom real quick. I was like, man, that's been like a really long conversation for what I thought was gonna be one question. Is everything okay? So I go downstairs and I'm just like, don't see Jonas. I don't know if I would see Alda at that point in time if they're back by then.
I'll say if you wait a bit talking to like Damien and Ashram and whatnot, small talk, and then eventually head out. I'll say if you look in the flat first and don't find anybody, do you do like a thorough investigation in the flat looking for someone?
Probably just because my immediate thought process is Jonas has disappeared.
Jonas has been
Because they didn't say
kidnapped.
anything to us. Yeah, I was just like, oh no, oh god, please not right now.
If you're looking actively around the flat, you will find the note signed by Alda, saying that she's taking care of some business and she's out.
That makes CC immediately more concerned. He's like, wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
This happened. So Cece's probably gonna try to at that point go downstairs, be like, please God, just be downstairs. I don't know, maybe like took over the bar. Who knows?
You
Maybe
go
there was a light
downstairs.
outside the door.
It is dark downstairs. Alda's not downstairs. The sign is flipped to close to be the front facing.
Do I? CC does not know this town well enough to go out on his own. He knows that.
That's fair.
He's probably going to go upstairs and be like, all right, I'm going to give it like 10 more minutes. And if I don't see anything, then, well, shit. Guess I'm going to get a map of the town.
I'll say probably around the 8-minute mark, your ears twitch to the sound of the door downstairs opening.
Thank God. I'm immediately going downstairs praying that it is Jonas and or Alda at the same time being like, please God.
You go downstairs and you see Alda.
Hi, Alda. How's it? Good morning, after... I don't know what time it is.
It's
Mansion key makes it really weird.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. Sorry, gotta lose that accent. It's hard to tell what time of day it is in the mansion. But hi, where's Jonas?
Really hoping to ask you that question.
Oh, okay.
He said because we're trying to kind of figure out what to do while we're here, and make sure we're not doing anything too stupid. And Jonas said they were going to ask you about something.
Oh. Okay. Well, I didn't see them while I was running, while I was out. So hopefully they come back soon.
Yeah. I gave myself like a little timer. Hopefully if they're not back kind of by like the random arbitrary time I gave, then I guess I'm gonna go looking. I really hope though, because I've never been here and I have a bad feeling that I would get lost very easily. And I'd rather not have like almost half the party just randomly around town.
She'll, as you're rambling, she'll make her way to the back of the restaurant and get behind the counter, and you watch as she'll grab a rag and get it in soapy water and start like wiping things down, presumably trying to get ready to open for the day. Yeah. What plans do you all currently have for being in Kelpsa?
I mean, I'm trying to find, well, not I'm, we're trying to find someone, and when we were out yesterday, they said the person we could find would be at some type of convention that's apparently going on.
Who are you looking for?
It's this person. Oh, did I not write down the name in the NPC list? Depressing. One momento. It was like, oh, give me 1 second. I'm trying to find out. Debolik. The person's name was like Debolik. They're apparently like a curio shop owner. Also, sorry, people are also lighting off fireworks still for some reason around me. So if my mic's
I haven't heard
going through my
anything
mouth,
yet.
I don't think it is.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything.
Blessed be crisp.
What is your passive insight?
Passive insight?
Or passive perception?
17 is my perception.
As she's wiping down the counter and you mention that name, you watch her arm pause for a moment, but she tries to play it off and just continue wiping down the counter. I haven't heard anything about a convention, but I'm not a curio type.
An asshole. Oh. You know what? I'm not gonna do it right now. I'm gonna do it right now. I'm really tempted to. Yeah, so we're just trying to figure out that, and then that was the main thing that I was aware of what we wanted to do here. Apparently we apparently might be going to go to the library. I guess somebody wants to get a book.
Oh?
I'm more of a picture person myself, but to each their own.
Is there a specific topic you need a book for?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't over table. I don't think Ash told anyone what they want to research.
I don't think
They're
so
just like,
either.
this is what I want to go over. Yeah.
No, that wasn't.
not-
The plan was to tell you in the morning when I saw you.
But you did see me.
But you did see Cece.
Sorry, my bad. In the morning when we were getting ready to go do that thing.
Oh, okay.
I see.
Okay.
But yeah, so at this current state,
not
Cece does not know.
No.
I couldn't tell you. I mean, you saw everybody. We have a few bookworms, so it could be like a million things. Honestly, Damien is a really big fan of this person Eldred, who did a bunch of like adventure stories / like retellings. So it could be maybe they just want to read one of those for like the 15th time, I would assume. So who knows?
She's gonna stop for a moment. She's just going to sigh and sort of look up at you through her bangs as she's leaned forward on the counter. Why do you all try to keep secrets from me?
I'm not. CC doesn't know how to approach this question. Because, like, this is one of the few times he's like, I'm being honest. He's like, we're trying to go to the library. I don't know why. Although there's the whole, like, thing about withholding information is allowed, but Cece's going to probably just be like, sorry, still trying to get out of that habit. Lying was second nature for a little bit. Trying to do better, though. In terms of everybody else,
I don't
couldn't
believe
really
you're
tell you.
personally lying at the moment, but I do
Okay.
believe that you're dancing around a subject. Why is it you guys came to Kelpsa? I appreciate you returning my son to me, but I have a feeling that the 5 of you, 6 of you, if you count the Warforged, or the tall Warforged, there's something going on.
I mean, we are on the main reason we are here is to find a person named Debolik. They have information. So it's a very long story. I will try to give the synopsis. We were asked to protect protect someone when they were doing research apparently about old abandoned temples. Sorry, give me 1 sec. My dog's freaking out because of the fireworks.
Oh,
Um,
baby.
so, we were asked to like basically act as like gods for someone who was doing some research. They said they found like an abandoned temple to gods that maybe people didn't know about or anything like that. Um, and then that person ended up passing due to things happening at in in the abandoned like in the abandoned area.
Mm-hmm.
Par for course for adventurers, I'm sure you're aware, but still, nonetheless, we all kind of felt it. Um, and one of the things that we were told was that we should try to find out more about this god that was there. They felt that like it was very important to try to find as much as they could, and and through some research, I have a few contacts back in DevCast who could give me point the way a few things. I ended up hearing the name Debolik, who apparently is somewhat of a connoisseur, I guess, or more better way would probably be eccentric about this old god of some sort. And so that's the main reason you're here is to hopefully he'll give us more information that'll help kind of continue along the path of like finding out about this old god.
Roll me a deception.
Oh, this is scary. I just want to make sure of something. Let me double check. Nope, there it is.
Ooh,
28.
28! Jesus!
Let's go, baby.
Let's go! Gods, what is your plus? Plus 10?
Plus 10.
Yeah, so you rolled an 18. Jesus Christ. She leans back against the counter behind her with her arms crossed as you craft this half-truth.
I was about to say, it's not a lie, but also I definitely cannot tell her everything.
Yeah. With your passive perception of being 17, I believe it was, you notice like her fingers sort of tighten on her coat sleeve with her arms crossed anytime you mentioned Debolik. And she looks to the side as she starts to nervously or irritatedly tap her one of her fingers against her arm.
Is everything okay?
How wrapped up is Jonas in this?
Extremely.
It's one of I would say we are all about as wrapped up as unfortunately we could be.
Do you understand the concept of a pillar of a situation?
Right?
And you just need information?
Yes, that is the crux of the almost the entirety, to my knowledge at least, from everything I've asked. Because I did try to ask everybody what they want to do while we're here in Kelpsa. Uh, Everything seems to point is just we just need information. That is that. As I'm sure you're aware, it is one of those moments of where knowledge and information is sometimes more powerful than money, but also unfortunately, usually a lot harder to get.
You know, there is a way out of this for Yona.
Oh, is there?
If he
Yep,
just
Stacey
walks
doesn't
up,
know that very well.
if he just walks up to Loxeth and goes, "Hey, I don't want to go to school here. I'm a magic user. I can't be trusted. Cut my strings, pretty please."
True.
If he's not connected to the weave, he's no longer a puppet of Aristarch's.
We'll see. You see all the sort of like mull things over. You see sort of this internal debate before eventually she lets out an exasperated sigh. I can put you in contact with Debullock.
That would be fantastic.
But I am going to be there for that meeting.
Okay. So,
Oh,
two
boy.
things. Understandable, considering I'm very aware of the fact that you want to make sure that nothing happens to Jonas. Two, why do I get the feeling, though, that that means that something could happen at that meeting? What is it that we don't know about the Bullock, Alda?
Not much is known about him. But I have what can be loosely called a business relationship with him. Looks like the shop's not opening today. When Jonas gets back, make sure you all get whatever you need to do done today. I'll set that meeting up for tonight.
While we're waiting, I'm probably about as antsy as you are. Especially now about the whole there's suddenly a midnight meeting, which always makes me antsy. Do you need some help around cleaning or anything like that? Please God, I need something to
You just need something to deal with anxious energy?
I will clean dishes. I will sweep the floors. I'll even just randomly play a tune if you just basically want. It's the equivalent of play Spotify while doing housework.
She'll push herself up from the bar behind her, and then walk further away from you. Go to a very like small, narrow door, opens it up, and turns out it's literally the broom closet. She'll grab the broom and she'll toss it back out at you. Feel free to roll a dexterity to catch it.
I'm gonna go well.
Don't tell me the
go
bard
okay.
isn't dexterous. Oh, the bard is not dexterous. It's a 10.
Which is crazy.
Oh,
Crazy
man.
because I want to say I have a +3. I just rolled like
Oh,
You did.
It is a broom. You rolled a 10. It's not
You got
that
Noivus
bad.
energy. Alda's a mama bear. So yeah, she
Cece does the whole juggling thing. Just
yeah, just basically you juggle it a little bit. I'll say you managed to catch it, but it was not graceful. But yeah, she basically just like tosses this broom at you with a little bit of frustration behind it, and in her other hand she'll wield out the mop bucket. Yeah, you take care of the floors. If you see Jonas before I'm back, just let him know that I'll be back soon. Alright, so I'm gonna retcon for a quick second and say that your mama's not back when you come back, Jonas. However, you see that the closed sign is still flipped on the door, and through the glass door, you see Cece is currently sweeping or mopping. I am gonna run.
Thinking I'm going to add it.
Yeah, I'm gonna run to the bathroom while you guys do this little RP moment. So BRB.
Okay. Before coming inside, Jonas will take the flyer out of his coat pocket. He will step inside, see you cleaning, slam the flyer down on the bar top, and just go upstairs without saying a word.
Jonas? Oh. Okay. C- CC me is like, shit, I'm not done with this. There's this one spot that won't go. Okay. No, that CC puts all this stuff away, is going to run upstairs basically after Jonas. I don't know if Jonas is already in the mansion or not.
Okay. You are not looking at the flyer?
No, I'll probably look at the flyer. Yeah, you're right. Because I would assume that's why he's angry. And be like, what?
Boy.
I can screen cap the flyer and put it in the Discord, so this way you don't have to give permissions for a bunch of other people.
I also can't open Google Docs on my laptop. I get a 400 error every single time.
That's fair. I'll just screen cap the important part.
Oh, no.
For those who can't see the flyer, it is a Kelpsa Shipping Authority wanted poster for the case of the disappearance of the Kelpson trading vessel. Oh, Simba, I did not want to zoom in on that. Thank you, buddy. Thanks, buddy. La Maria. The case is currently listed as open. Suspicious circumstances. Significant criminal intent is suspected. Primary suspect is Jonas Aldeson. Gives a brief description of Jonas. Just basically says a young adult water genasi, high-ranking crew member, known rogue magic wielder, and only survivor. So basically, Jonas is currently suspect for the sinking or the disappearance of his old ship.
This isn't good. CC's also probably going to read all that and then just like zone in on the fact that it says arbiters recommended to be like, God damn it. That's 3 of us now.
Okay,
he's
as a
to...
being Delilah above the board, I want to put out in the ether, who would have been around to put this out and specifically suspect Jonas and implicate Jonas in the crime? That's the question I just want to put out into the ether.
He is, as Hex said earlier, the only water-breathing crew member.
Yeah.
I mean...
And there have also been, like, reported sightings of him in Amarillia before the destruction of the city.
Oh, I guess. Okay.
Also, I'm not the one who wrote the wanted poster.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, what if this is
The ship went missing, and Jonas is the only crew who's even been spotted since.
Okay, yeah. I'm going to stop commenting because I think the rest of it would be as Ashram. So I'm y'all let me know when an appropriate time to come out of the Magnificent Mansion would be.
Yeah, well, I think...
Well, fun fact, we're probably about to go back into it.
Yeah, I think Jonas is running back into it and CC's soon following.
Yeah. I was going to say, CC's probably going to read that. I will say it's... CC's confused because it doesn't seem like the paper itself doesn't feel like that's the reason Jonas is upset, because I feel like CC and Jonas have had a conversation before, and like Jonas is aware of the fact that like he's kind of being looked for because of his ship's disappearance. I feel like that's been discussed with Cece before. Um, Regardless, Cece's going to like carefully fold up and put it like in his pocket. Put away the broom, dump out the dirty mop water, put that back. Um, because he's not going to be downstairs, because I feel like this conversation is going to be a bit. He will cast sending to Alda.
Okay.
And basically just say, Jonas is back. Um, Seems upset about something. See you when you get back.
Okay. She will. You'll get a very quick like understood back.
And then I'm going to rush upstairs to be like, hey, what the hell's going on?
Just to confirm, D, was there anything Ash would have done in the Magnificent Mansion while Jonas and Cece were gone? I know it's a little difficult because we're like literally missing Pan and Damien at the moment. So there's not a whole lot of RP opportunity. I do apologize.
No. I think a lot of it's just practicing, trying to get disguise self to work, failing horribly. In really spectacular ways that he's glad no one saw. There was at least one Kaneda moment where he just fucking explodes into flesh. It's not real, of course, but it's just like he fills a room with skin at one point. It's real gross. Just rough shit.
Yeah.
I think he gets it at one point, and it's like the D&D, like the Honor Among Thieves movie, where like one side, like he effectively looks like he has a stroke, and one side of his face just sort of melts down. Just really crazy shit like that. Like this is all intercut with y'all doing stuff. He's just like thinks he has it, and then like his like head explodes, or he thinks he's got it, and then like it just starts talking of its own volition, and he's just like, I didn't tell you to say that. And, I think that's it. The only other thing I think is he just sort of every now and again he'll just kind of look over at his sending stone that's got the red thread around it.
Yeah.
And
I will add that Jonas left as soon as he was done cooking breakfast. He did not eat. The other people had not eaten when he left. He had just set the table and walked out.
I think Ashram did eat breakfast. But I do think Ashram takes a bit of the food that's left over and puts it on a plate and puts a napkin over it for Jonas when he gets back. With the intention of basically using himself as a microwave to heat it up for him when he returns. Yeah, I think the only reason Ashram doesn't attempt to message to cast sending at Emmerich is that he's in the mansion and it's an extraplanar location.
Yep.
And I think that like thought sort of grounds him into not doing it. It's like, well, yeah, I could go outside and do it, but like, no, I don't want that. I need to focus. I need to concentrate. And so, yeah, I think a lot of the day is him just trying to get this spell right and failing at it miserably, and just like, I need a basis. I need to do something. He's kind of going a little stir crazy because he feels like he's kind of stuck inside right now because he doesn't have a way to get out without being recognized.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, I guess. What's your passive perception?
My passive perception?
Yeah.
Well, Delilah's perception is like a 7, but Ashram's...
What is Ashram's? For fuck's sake.
It's a 16.
16? You would, I'm assuming, hear the door of the Magnificent Mansion slam open.
Oh, okay. I'll pick my head out.
I'm assuming Jonas is angry and is slamming doors in this house.
Jonas?
You will catch Jonas about halfway up to the crow's nest by now.
Okay. Ashram is going to...
And
sort of run
stop.
over... Uh-huh.
He will perch on the rung that he's standing on, and he will just sort of stand there and acknowledge you.
Ashram's gonna grab the food that he had put aside for Jonas. He's going to cast Prestidigitate for a combination of steam and heat, so that it effectively is the best possible way to reheat breakfast. Like if you have to heat it in the microwave, like they say you got to do these very specific things. So he'll do that. He'll take the plate up with him, into the crow's nest, very slowly because he's an old man, and climbing is not his forte. And he'll kind of set it. He'll set it down on one of the on the banister or the railing.
I'll see
Around
for
the
the
crow's
sake of
nest.
convenience, Pin is no longer in the crow's nest.
Well, Jonas didn't even make it to the top of the nest. He stopped about halfway up.
Oh, I think Ashram just sort of assumed that Jonas was gonna go up to the top, and then he gets like up to where Jonas is, and is just like hanging there with his frail old man arms, and he looks over. He's like, "I heated you breakfast up. I figured you might be hungry, but this is kind of a precarious place to eat. If you want to go up to the top, we can. You can eat."
I imagine this is about the point where Cece walks in,
Yeah, we can say that.
because he was not far behind.
Yeah. I'm assuming I don't really need to have an insight check to be like, oh, Jonas is pissed.
Yeah, you'd need like a passive insight of 2.
Yeah.
Um, as Cece walks in, Jonas will spin around to the other side of the ladder of the crow's nest and just sort of ride it down.
Okay.
He sits down on a barrel in front of Cece. I found Este.
So that's what it is. I was going to say the paper doesn't. What's on the paper doesn't feel like the reason that you would be this upset. What happened?
His body is there. It's alive. I don't think he is.
Ravenous?
Seems like it.
Okay. I mean, if we, I have a question. Do you want to get us stay out?
If I make it known that I have any connection to him, I get arrested.
Secondary question. And I look over to Damien. We have someone who has ways of trying to figure out what's wrong and to see if there's anything that can be done in ways that most other healers can't. Do you want us to help at all with this?
I mean, yeah, if you get me closer, I could probably try to get a better understanding.
You can say no, Jonas. I'm just saying, if you want help, we are here too.
They don't know it's him.
Okay.
If you can weave a convincing enough tale to get them to hand him over to you, bring him back here, we can do something.
Okay.
I can't help it. And that kills me.
Listen, you at least found him, and you know who he is, which it sounds like is more than anyone else at the moment. Just
He's
hold
in
on
a
to that.
cell in the dockmaster's office.
Okay. I believe it shouldn't be too much of an issue for me to at least get Damien to see him. Trying to get him out of the cell might be a little bit more difficult, but I will do my best. Um, we're going to kind of have to do this now because other things that happened, full cards on the table. Because as your mother very well puts it, not great to hide secrets or try to lie. Um, your mother asked me why we were here, and was very persistent on the fact that it felt that we were withholding something. I gave her a half truth. I didn't tell her who we're working for, but I did say that, like, kind of what started it. We were asked to protect someone as we were going up to temples. I didn't say exactly what happened, but did say, as is prone to adventuring parties, someone fell to the waist. Someone, unfortunately, is no longer with us. And the lie within the truth is that we are continuing on Eldred's request, which was to find out more about this ancient god. I didn't name the ancient god. I didn't give any of information like that, but just so you are aware. Because of what I stated, and because of letting her know that the reason we are here is purely for information, which to my knowledge seems to be the case. Obviously now there's a secondary thing, which like I said, I will work to try to help with as much as possible. Your mother is setting up a meeting with Dabolik, the collector, tonight. Um, so I would rather try to get Este out and try to help now than later, if that is okay with you.
He seems kind of hollow at the mention of his mother getting involved. I just can't keep them safe. Every single time. Today works. Let's get Este.
Okay. Um, you're going to be mad about this, but I know better than to argue with mothers, especially when they're doing things for their son.
I know why she's doing. But
You didn't hear the last part though, Jonas. She wants to be at the meeting. Not even actually limit phrases. She didn't want to be at the meeting. She stated, and I quote, "She will be at the meeting." And that was the only way to get the information on Dabolik, or to set this up. That was her. That was her requirement.
Insert Aquan expletive.
Sorry.
Ashram still hanging from the roost.
Why didn't Ash slide down?
He's not very good at that. He's only got one hand right now. He might be stuck.
Drop the eggs!
Jonas will scramble up and take the plate off him.
Little help. Little help, please. Please, little help. Thank you.
Oko, how does Magnificent Mansion? Can I edit it on a whim, or does it specifically need to be when I open the?
I think it needs to be when you open it.
Mm-hmm.
Magnificent Mansion. Blah, 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 blah. Here we go. It just says you can create any floor plan you like. The way we've been working it in Emerly Murders is that you need to cast it with intent. So I would say you can't edit it on the fly.
Okay, so I can't push Ashram off the ladder.
No! Why?
And have them be caught by like a feather bed or anything.
Okay.
Damn.
I thought maybe you'd want something to eat, and also, I kind of had always dreamed about being a pirate. I see from my window. I think I've probably slid down at this point. I think he's just kind of sitting on a barrel. I would see the ships leave the harbor from my window when I was studying. I would daydream about being on one of those ships and being a pirate and doing crimes and stealing from those rich lieutenants, of the Royal Navy and running off into the into the wild blue yonder and kissing all the pirate boys and just the romance you think of when you think of piracy.
Is this
and the
Ashram
naval
or
life.
D?
This is Ashram. I've never really been a big pirate person, but I think the Ashram.
He's never been a boy kisser.
I've never kissed a boy. Definitely haven't had at least 2 boyfriends. Don't worry about that.
Piracy never looks like looks. It looks like the Emerald Markets.
I mean, objectively, yeah, I know that's true. Of course, that's what it is. It's never the thing that you learn is that the romance of it is never the reality. There's nothing. I almost want to say romance is dead, but I don't think it ever really existed in that way.
Okay. So,
But
Ash, by the way, did you get about the meeting and everything?
I was hanging from a crow's nest, fighting for my life.
You're like 15 feet up. It's
So-
fine.
No,
Okay, well,
not really.
we have a meeting with the collector tonight.
Okay.
Alda has demanded that they are there as well, since they are the ones setting up the meeting.
Oh.
I did give them a half truth about what we are doing here. but did not explain
Oh.
everything because obviously there's only so much you can explain. Um, they know the gist of what happened, but key details were left out because obviously I don't think Aldo would want to know about the whole where linked slash have the whole marking of Aristos and we're here to get rid of magic. Blah, 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 blah.
Damien's died twice.
Yeah, that wasn't brought up, but
I
I
got
did state that we hear
better.
from me. Yeah, I got better. Um,
Yeah, but I
um,
won't. And that's what she's
yeah.
worth.
yeah. Um,
Hmm.
okay.
This seems bad.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it.
Yeah.
I mean, it goes without saying that from what it sounded like, this is going. Jonas, remember how you're talking earlier about the whole seedy underbelly, etc., etc. This feels like one of those meetings, so
Oh yeah.
everyone's obviously going to have to be on kind of high alert. I know personally, I'll try to do my best to make sure Alda is safe. I obviously can't promise anything, but I will do my best. That you have my word, Jonas. Okay.
Mm.
And also, I have the sneaking suspicion that your mother is much more well equipped to handle herself than any of us are led to believe.
Ooh, she is nigh on indestructible, but I don't want to test that theory.
Very fair. Um, Damien and I are going to be back shortly. I did tell your mother, Jonas, that you are back. Um, so she is aware of that. Um, Damien and I think should probably work on the SD thing now rather than sounds like in her words, if we want to get anything done, try to do it today. Um, so then so then before he goes like, is there anything else that we need to do while we're out? Ash, I don't know if we'll have time to get the whole Sky Self thing. If need be, I will give you new makeup. Um, Ash, quick question: how attached are you to your beard?
Relatively.
That's not
Took
really
kind
what
of
I
a
wanted to
long.
hear.
It took kind of a long time to grow this.
But it would grow back, and if I shave your face, I could use prosthetics, which are a lot easier to attach to the face when it's clean shaven, as well as take it from experience. Um, it hurts like hell, like all like the nine hells if you have latex stuck to hair. Trust me, I know.
Can you promise me that this will be good? That it will look good?
I'll do my best.
Because I'm
It
not
works
so
pretty.
sure about prosthetics at this point.
Really, we're on the run. Most powerful police in the known world, and you're worried about vanity.
No, I'm worried about it doing all of this and then the prosthetics look fake and then I get arrested for being me.
The prosthetics won't look. This isn't going to be very over the top prosthetics. I promise it. It'll be okay.
Okay.
Just because I'm assuming you want to be at this meeting.
I wouldn't
And
mind it.
yeah, and I have a pretty big feeling that um De Bullock would be the type that if they found out who you were, would make getting information from them suddenly a lot harder.
Sure.
So
Understandable.
it will look.
Okay. Yeah, we can If you want to do that, I suppose we can do that. Give me a few minutes. I'll go shave it off.
Brandon also completely over table. Hex, is that just Jonas right now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Jesus.
For those who can't see, Hex shared a gif of a very angry Giddy in every character chat.
Very angry. Okay. Take your time. Don't cut yourself. Um,
I know how to shave. It's not my first rodeo.
you say that, yet you've been talking about how long it took your beard to grow. It's like riding a bike.
But it's also nicely trimmed. Look at how nicely trimmed I made it today. See what I did here? Do you see? Look at this. It's beautiful.
Jonas,
I'll
are
be
you
back in
okay with
combat.
it just being me and Damien going to the docks? Or do you want to go to... I'm assuming you don't want to go to the docks. Currently.
On the one hand, it would be suspicious if 3 different random people showed up to see this random person in a jail cell in the same day. But on the other hand, I'm a wanted criminal now.
Also, just to
I
clarify,
don't-
I know Alda said like get your shit in order or like do what you need to do today.
But it's
I
not like
am
we're
not-
gonna get out of Telpsa tomorrow.
Yeah, you're not just above board. You're not getting out of Kelpsa tomorrow. Just,
Yeah, we're aware of that.
This can wait
I mean,
if needs be.
But I'm
I
assuming
am not.
Jonas would very much like Este now.
I mean, if we want to wait, if that's the plan, we can wait until we have disguise self, and then I could have a much more convincing disguise that doesn't require me to shave off my facial hair.
I don't know if we're gonna get him enough money for disguise self in a day. Cause
It doesn't have to be a day.
what an average
More
first
than
level
one.
spell scroll is how much? Like 40, 50, I'm assuming, just based off of the paper and stuff you were talking about.
Yeah, to like copy over the spell, I think Dee was saying it was like 50 gold's worth of material to copy over the spell. Acquiring the scroll, I believe, is a different matter.
According to what I'm seeing, it's 50 gold pieces. So it'd be 100. We need 100 gold pieces total.
For the scroll?
And the
For
materials.
for the scroll and the materials.
Oh, you and I are looking at two very different websites.
Oh, what are you seeing?
What does the scroll cost for you? Start sweating profusely.
I'm seeing one where it's 75. So
Prize and broke.
What's the D&D Beyond one say?
D&D Beyond, I find, personally, doesn't tell me the prices of things. I look at 5e Magic Shop, personally, and it says, per DMG, the scroll itself could be from 50 to 100 gold, and then per Sane Prices listing, 120, so that would be like shop markup.
If I look at disguise,
yeah, that's one thing is like none of the stuff ever has like a set gold piece price in.
No, and a lot of it is up to like how prevalent is magic in your your like world. So like in Kelpsa, yeah, the prices will be slightly lower than what I was looking at, but if on the high end I was looking at 120 gold, it probably would not be 50 gold. It would probably be somewhere in between.
Like 100 or something like that. I have full plat. Do we want to pool resources together to try to make this happen?
I have 90 plat.
Oh shit, okay.
You have what?
90 plat? You have 900 gold?
Man, why the hell did I ever worry about shit?
I have 17 gold. Where
Yeah,
y'all
'cause you
getting
guys
90 plat?
You guys, I
To be
haven't
fair,
spent a thing.
yeah,
You guys
Jonas.
keep going shopping
Yeah.
without me.
I was about to say, I'm pretty sure Jonas, Pin, and Damien probably all have all of their plat or almost all of it. I have been dropping plat like it's copper.
The reason I have all of my plat is because I specifically held on to mine to get the key.
But
But then
yeah,
the
to get
key
the
was
key.
more than we had anticipated, so we traded the van to get the key. So now the 90 plat I have remaining is in order to get a smaller van. So I don't know how much of that I can dip into.
I also don't feel comfortable volunteering Damien or Pin's gold because they're not here.
Yeah.
Uh,
Uh,
okay.
I mean, hear me out. Random thought. Alda already knows who you are.
I mean,
We could ask
I could just not
Alda
go.
if they. Yeah, but you're part of the party. You should be part of the conversation, Ash.
Yeah.
You're part of the problem. Be part of the solution.
Okay. Well, that's a little. I think that's a little.
That was out of character for the record, but
That is funny.
it is definitely what Jonas is thinking.
I'm just trying to find a way to make this easy for us because the deck is stacked against us.
I will say we're a little overdue for our 10-minute. I think a lot of this discussion can happen over that 10 minutes, so I'm gonna move to our break. It is currently we'll call it 10:25 Eastern Standard, so we'll come back to 10:35 Eastern Standard. So yeah, go make your bladders a little flatter. BRB.
He said it.
we are back. Hello.
Hello.
Whew, okay. Yeah, so what's the plan?
I think the plan is we're gonna table Este for now. That way, also, Buddy can be here for that.
Yeah.
And then instead, we were just going to basically go out and get the spell scroll and the components, which we are fine. Cutting to black. The party got the things they needed. Back at the thing where Ash is furiously scribbling it down into their tome.
And while the party is out doing that,
Yeah, I think it's 2 hours of work that I have to do for that.
Jonas is... Well, while no one's in the Magnificent Mansion, Jonas is going to take the key out and re-up it and make a few adjustments.
Okay.
He's going to add on a little tinkering station to the side of the captain's quarter pin that he's been studying up in DevCast.
Okay.
He will add a med bay kind of thing.
Okay.
And I think that was just about it.
You to roll me
Get it
hold on. So the tinkering thing that you say you've been studying in DevCast, but you didn't spend a whole lot of time in DevCast, if I remember correctly. Would you be willing to roll me a history?
Yeah.
History
Can
is
I help
wisdom
As I can find my
based,
tab.
I believe.
Can I help in some way?
Are you familiar with
I believe
tinkering
it.
tools?
It's a form of Arcana, so I could probably get the basics of it.
I would say Jonas can get advantage by consulting Pin about it.
That's fair.
Okay. I did mean for him to have talked to Pin about it to see whether or not they would even want a tinkering room.
Okay. Yeah, I imagine they'll be fine with the tinkering room. But yeah, talk to them about it, and this way you can get advantage.
Okay. Because the main thing he'd been doing back in DevCast was sketching out the various blacksmiths he'd walk past.
I like
Sort
the
of
idea that you put
loiter in the
I like the idea that you put a library in for Ashram, but it's all just sea shanties. Like every book is just
It would realistically be the books that Jonas is familiar with.
Yeah. That's pretty good. I like that.
Yeah, the way we've got Monica's Magnificent Mansion in Emerald Murders, and basically all of the books, all of the alcohol, all of the foods, all that can be conjured by the mansion is just stuff that Monica has experienced. So a lot of the books, for example, Monica spent a lot of her younger years reading about constellations and stars and things like that. So a lot of the books available are just books about the stars and astrology and constellations. Because of her smuggling background, there is a wide alcohol selection.
That's fair.
Are you getting that history for me, Jonas?
Yeah, my character builder crashed, so I'm pulling up my character sheet.
Who wrote the stinky zone where Valtoria used to be?
I don't think it
Man, I wonder what aquatic person would do that.
I created the circle. I did not write the words. I may have written the words. I don't remember.
Well, the
what's
circle is
my-
pink, so I assume I'm the one who put the circle down. Do you need me to roll the history for you, bud?
Tab back in my history. I believe is a +2. And I realize I should have rolled it with advantage. Not that it appears to have mattered.
Well, I mean, you got 2 rolls there, and one of them is a dirty 20. So I will accept that.
Woo! You love it.
Okay, evidently I did write the stinky zone, because I have the power to remove it.
How do I remove this now? I don't want to clear all the drawings and text. All right. So yes, you are able to manifest that with a tinkering setup for Pin. If you want, you can talk to Damien about a clinic of sorts or a med bay. You quickly realize, however, the types of clinics Damien's familiar with are more so for post-mortem, because he's
No,
familiar with
Jonas-
working on corpses.
Jonas is very much just thinking back to, like, childhood doctor's appointments and creating a rough approximation. So there aren't so many tools in there as there is just, like, the bed, the sink, the things you'd need to keep an unconscious person healthy.
Yeah. But you're also trying to avoid making it look like the clinics in the facility, as to not trigger Pin.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Understood. I'll say something basic is easy to concoct. Something that isn't meant to, like, fully facilitate a purpose is easy enough to concoct.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else?
I think we determined that CC is impossible to buy birthday presents for, and Jonas is not knowledgeable enough to be of any use to Asherim.
Okay. Cece, you are heading out to go buy a Scroll of Disguise Self?
Yes, and I believe, just to confirm, Jonas agreed that we're able to dip into their funds currently, because again, we were talking about, like, we don't want to just pull money from players who aren't here.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
For the sake of brevity, are you comfortable if we sort of quickly go over this? Like, you're welcome to haggle and whatnot, but, like, would you be okay if I just quickly tell you what's going on, or do you want me to fully, like, go into RP and describe a shop and chill?
You can just... No, you can just give me the TLDR.
Yeah. So, like, supply shops are incredibly common in Kelpsa, especially considering there is the arcane of, like, the arcane, like, institute. Like, you have students constantly looking for materials to buff out their spellbooks and so on and so forth. That being said, as a result, the materials themselves are standardized, and you cannot haggle on that. So that is 50 gold.
Okay.
The first shop that you find a Scroll of Disguise Self in, it is listed at 90 gold.
Okay. I'm gonna real quick be like, any way I could get a discount per chance, because, you know, it would be really helpful to my craft as a bard.
Roll me a persuasion. I almost had a diplomacy. That is 3.5.
Oh boy, persuasion.
Addition bleed. We love addition bleed.
That's a 20, because I can't roll lower than a 10 with persuasion or deception rolls.
Oh, yeah. No, that's...
Shout out Silver Tongue, baby!
They're willing to mark it down to 80.
I'll take it.
Okay.
Alright, so that's 130 all up. That I shall extract from my character sheet.
amidst all of this, at some point your mother does come back, by the way, Jonas.
Ashram is going to go to Jonas and say, "Hey, so the next time you conjure the room, I have an idea for a space, and I'm going to create just a with uh uh minor illusion, just a little diorama of this room that's like a sort of a practice room with like targets and like a big open space for practicing spells and like some like dummies for like practicing like combat stuff. um just a nice open area that could be like under like in the hold of the ship or like in somewhere where it would be easy to put. Just something like this I think would work really well for all of us. If you're, if you're doing improvements and whatnot. Jonas. Hello. I think we lost X.
Oh,
Oh,
Their dongle.
I-
They bumped their. There we go.
I don't think Jonas is entirely there. I have noted this for later, and we will discuss it in future. But Jonas is not present.
okay. Fine. That's really kind of all I had until CC gets back with the materials.
Sorry, Jared gave me a spoonful of ice cream and I just had to quickly... Oh, sorry.
Ice cream, though, is the main question.
Hoof print. I just basically had to, like, you know how you have to, like, with, like, hot food, just, like, hop, 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 hop. I had to do that with the ice cream real quick. Alright. So, Cece comes back unhassled, unmarred, unbothered. Has materials, has scroll. Moisturized in his lane. And
I try my best.
and again, your mother does come back. If you wanted to talk to her before the meeting, if not, I also understand. She will try to seek you out, though, but if you're not up for a conversation, then she'll give you some space.
I think Jonas is just sat at the bar,
Okay.
nursing
In
a glass of
the
tea.
mansion or in the cafe?
No, in Alda's cafe. He's just sitting at the bar stool with a glass of whiskey.
Whew. All right. She'll yeah, she'll I'll say she'll try to prod conversation. Despite the fact that she's not opening today, she's still doing maintenance, she's still taking inventory. You know, drinking whiskey at like 3 p.m. is, I mean, it's a choice. Do you want to talk
Not
about
a
it?
habit. Are you alright? It is the captain who washed up. At least it was.
Is he no longer there?
Body, yes. Not so sure about. He's been, I don't know, the Triton at the desk said he had been babbling incoherent, talking ravenous, but went to feed him, that he was hungry. He didn't seem there.
Sounds an awful lot like feeble mind.
Good point. And obviously, additionally, just to rub it in, slide forward the flyer he took off the wall.
She'll put down the notepad she was working with, and open the flyer, and you'll watch as sort of like a wave of like shock almost like hits her. She'll quickly put the flyer back down on the bar. There's well, I guess we'll add it to the list.
I don't. There's a way out of this,
What's that?
but it killed me.
Okay, you're cutting in and out. All I heard was there's a way out of this. Kill me. And I'm just like, I don't think that's what they said.
No, it cut out.
What's
There's a way. There is a way out of this, but there is a chance that it will kill me.
Well, if there's a chance it'll kill you, then no.
Okay, but consider, right? When the Institute determines that someone cannot be trusted, magical ability, they sever them. Now, I am bound under magical contract.
So you're saying you want to go with this as a means to
I'm saying it's
remove
a
your
last resort.
pact.
The pact is fine, but the problem is the Ravenous has made so many adjustments. What I am.
She'll half
without the
glance to
weed-
your arm.
I may starve to death.
Not to mention, just because you sever your ties with the Ravenous doesn't mean it will stop its pursuit. Just because it can't offer you a pact anymore doesn't mean it will stop trying to get you for the purpose it needs. It's not a solution, it's cutting off your means of defense.
The weave works both ways. If I'm not connected, magic doesn't work on me.
That is incorrect.
Is it?
Your connection to the weave allows you to access it. Yes, it allows you to draw from it and bend it to your will and influence. Just because somebody can't cast magic doesn't mean that they can't be affected by fireball.
Well, I suppose, yeah, fireball, maybe.
Those who have been cut from the weave in Kelpsa even still benefit from healing magics.
Alright.
They just can't draw upon the weave themselves. God damn it, D. I do also apologize if you guys hear things in the background. My husband's currently making himself a midnight snack.
Get that snack, Jared. You get your snacks. You get them. Get that snack.
Oh, he's eating all the queso. The last of the
Oh,
queso.
no.
That bitch. Sorry.
Well, there's that plan out the window, so let's just see this through.
the individual I've set up a meeting with you all is well connected, we'll say. That being said, I have a feeling he might try to offer you a deal of his own, and I would strongly discourage you from saying yes.
I know what those kind of deals cost. Figured that out by now.
Tell me about it. Just, I'm going to be there with you. I'm going to ensure that you don't get suckered into or pulled into anything. Get in there, get the information you're seeking, get out. He's, sure, a powerful ally, but he's an even more powerful enemy. You don't want to owe him anything. Am I understood?
I'd ask why you have actions to. But I think I've figured out at this point that sometimes we keep secrets for others' sake.
When I found out I was pregnant with you, I was informed of the hardships you might face. And I sought help. I sought additional protection. I sought insurance that you would be safe. I managed to get into DeBullock's den and was promised that you wouldn't be lost to the Ravenous.
Well,
I went and chewed him out this morning. I went and told him that his words meant fucking nothing because the Ravenous still got its fucking claws in you. And he told me it was a minor setback. And then after yelling at him and calling him every fucking name in the book and storming out of his fucking office, I had to go crawling back because you guys apparently need to have a meeting with him. And I had to beg to have him see you. I don't blame you. I don't. I hope he has the information you need, and then I hope you never have to see him again.
if he gets his way, what happened to divination into the past?
You mean to get rid of... Wait. I haven't tried to cast divination, but I heard the Arcano cast saying that there's...
It doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist. Okay. I'm sick and tired of all of you dancing around the subject.
I'm getting to it.
All right.
We were contracted on an expedition with Eldred Thorn to a place he deemed to be the genesis of all magic among.
The god that your bard friend mentioned earlier.
The god was in there, evidently. Aristos attempted to use its power, was destroyed by it. Or, not Aristos, Eldred, sorry. Aristos is the god.
Oh.
Aristos claims that it gave magic to mortals. It pieced itself apart to give the various schools of magic to mortals. And greatly reduced itself in doing so. It had to sleep, however long it be. And when it awoke again, it saw how its gift was being used.
I'm assuming
And
unfavorably.
Oh yeah, it's a bit mad. It wants to take all magic from mortals. No ifs, ands, or buts.
And you're saying it's already succeeded in taking divination?
It retrieved its eye, the eye of divination, and in doing so, I believe that it has stripped the strands of divination from the weave that mortals can act.
You'll see her sort of just trying to like process this. She, again, standing behind her bar, she'll lean back and sort of rest herself against the counter behind her, arms crossed as she's mulling this over. Are you willingly going along with this?
I don't. We are bound by it. It marked all of us when it took Eldred. Damien can never die. Pin can absorb metal, become strong. CC can, with the click of his tongue, get what he wants from anyone. And it gave me the power to run away. That's all, just run away. Leave my friend. And I don't. But it seems that we cannot be separated from each other.
So you're tethered together by some pact or mark with this creature. In addition to the ravenous having its claws in you.
Yeah. I spent my whole life running for magic and I get stuck right in the fucking middle of it. I don't.
You've literally got magic in your blood, little one. I'm sorry, but I doomed you from the start.
None of it. Not one moment of it. It's still weak. With the right ally, this creature could be defeated.
You call
I've
it
never
a
liked-
creature, but you referred to it originally as a deity. Is it god?
It claims to be a god. I have no reason to think otherwise. You called it a creature, so I was going along with it.
Oh.
But it is weakened, piecing itself up. And while my distaste for magic is not a secret, I don't think I should have the right to decide whether or not it still exists.
It's a big ask. So much of our world is entangled and entrapped with magic.
But when its body is what gives us magic. I don't... It's hard. Because, on the one hand, so much of our society relies on magic. The lives that have been saved, yes. But can I deny it its own being? I don't know. I've just been sort of following along because I don't know if there's an option. It's all been, moving so fast, running from one thing to the next, that I get a chance to sit and think if what I'm doing is right.
If you were to be severed from the weave, would you be free of this deity?
This far from its center of influence, I think so. But I have no way of knowing exactly it can do.
You said Debolik is going to have information you're looking for, right?
It sent us to look for another piece of it. It sent us to find the collector.
Let's have this meeting before we make any hasty decisions. All right?
Oh, yeah. Just one other thing. I know Cethi may have distorted the truth.
Mm-hmm.
He really does mean
I know I can be intimidating. And I imagine you lot are keeping this awfully close to the chest at the moment.
we kind of have to. I would have done everything in my power to keep you out of this, to not drag anyone else into this. But I did do every power. This is where it led me.
You can't keep blaming yourself for stuff like this, baby. Because that is a pitfall that has no bottom.
I'm preaching to the choir.
All right. And she'll reach over for your glass of whiskey and she'll pick it up and she'll drink what's left in it before slamming the glass back down. what do you say we go to this meeting?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
Oh,
Is everyone ready to go? I see an unsure thumbs up from Frank.
It's been so long trying to give as much truth without trying to make them worry, and then Jonas was like, "So,
TC is experienced in life. Jonas lies to gods. Jonas is very good at lying to gods. Lying to his mother is new and hard.
Oh yeah, no, I don't disagree. But I'm just, oh man, no. I was trying so hard. That's why I worked so hard to clean the place so well. Except for that one part. There's a weird stain on the floor I couldn't get rid of. I really hope it's not blood.
You
Um,
may
Oh, come
never
on.
know.
If the whole point of the beverages and are, soften the blows of any bar fight. You've got drafts of bark skin. Got, well, we all know what the almond milk does.
Ooh.
She's Mother has ways of stopping fight.
All right. D, yes, you spoke up.
Yeah, I need to have this spell prepared. I'm looking to see. So I'm putting it in my book. It takes about 2 hours to do that.
Mm-hmm.
The question is it's technically not a prepared spell today. So could you say as part of that 2 hours I could swap it out for a different spell I have?
Do you express that when Alda and Jonas come up that you're like getting ready to swap the spell out?
Yes.
Because Alda's just going to look at you and say, why don't you just wear a cloak? We're not going far.
I mean, if you think that's a smart thing to do.
I have a feeling you're going to fit right in.
Where we're going, you're the least of their problems.
Okay. I mean, a wanted criminal under a cloak doesn't seem like the best idea, but if you think that's...
A wanted criminal in
that's
a
the way
den
to
of
go.
wanted criminals is just a drop of water in the ocean.
I guess I can't argue with that. Alright.
And again, we're not going far.
I will try to dress a bit more conservatively and get... Do you have a spare cloak I can borrow that isn't covered in stars?
Yes, I can loan you a cloak.
Thank you.
The cloak she tosses to you eventually is drab and a dark green and has mud caked along the bottom. It is humble, we'll say.
I'll prestidigitate the mud away.
That is a sneaking cloak if I've ever.
Just try to freshen it up a little bit with some magic. Especially the inside of it, because it probably stinks.
This is a cloak of don't mind me. I'm just a pauper.
Yeah,
I'm
pretty
gonna
much.
leave the outside relatively dirty. Like I said, I'll clean off a bunch, some of the grime, not all of it, because just to keep it, camouflage.
Authentic.
And then I just sort of use prestidigitation to just kind of Febreze the inside of it as best I can, just kind of get rid of that stank. And then I'll put it on.
Alright,
Guess we'll head up.
sounds good. Jer is still outside. But,
Is he supposed to be here?
yes.
Oh boy.
Alright. So, Alda leads you guys out of the Siren Silence, which is, I think, the name of the shop. Hold on. Let me double check.
Yeah.
Okay, yes. And Jonas, it almost makes you feel foolish for not putting two and two together. But for as long as you can remember, there's always been a ship at port. There's always been a ship docked here. When you were younger, you were wondering if it would ever leave, and it never did. Quite a large ship that is very well maintained, despite the fact that you know it hasn't left the dock in your lifetime.
It's a safe ship harbored. Psst.
Called the Siren's Whim. You guys leave the front of the shop, take a mild left, and eventually, a minute later, start walking up the ramp to get onto this boat. The people on the boat are, we'll say, they don't look like the dockhand type. They look more rough. They look more combat hardened. But they mill about. You know that they're pretending to do the tasks mostly to look like they are supposed to be there.
The NPCs in the video game in the background moving boxes back and forth, left and right,
Pretty much.
over and over.
Yeah. And as Alda walks past, leading the charge of you folks, you'll watch as they sort of connect eye contact with her and give each other nods. She'll nod to them and they'll nod back. She'll go to the door that, on those who are familiar with ships, will often lead below deck. And the gentleman leaning against there will look at her. And she'll whisper something to him. Anyone actively trying to listen in?
Sure. Not actively, no. I mean, I'm just sort of keeping a watch over everything.
Yeah.
Maybe
Feel free to roll me a perception CC.
Boy. Rough. I
Roll
love when my
the-
perception roll is lower than my passive perception.
Yeah, unfortunately a 10 is not going to get it. Blech. But the gentleman standing at the door eventually nods and he'll open the door. Looking down the steps that would lead below deck, it leads into a very black abyss. And Alda starts making her way down.
The only thing lighting the way down is the bioluminescent spots all across Jonas's body. Like a little candle.
I do have a write-up for the description of this. I just gotta find it. Alright, so yeah, descending down the steps that typically would lead you below deck, you guys feel this almost slight tingling pressure wash over you as your vision goes black as you sink into this black void until eventually music hits your ears. Light eventually returns to you. And you guys now see that you're on the steps heading into what could be a tavern. Not quite the music I wanted, but it's the only tavern music I've got here at the moment. As you find yourself instead immersed in a captivating world unlike any other. A dimly lit chamber before you stretches out to a dome-like shape, its captivating atmosphere filled with a tantalizing blend of allure and intrigue. You guys look up and you see this presumably glass dome above you. Looking upwards, you guys see the ocean. This entire circular floor, like beautiful, dark, rich wooden floor is surrounded by this glass dome. You guys look out to the sides and you see the kelp of the ocean floor, and every now and again something swimming and moving amidst the kelp and algae there. There's a strong smell of cigars and alcohol. There is chatter. There is shouts and screams. It's a joyous yet intimidating atmosphere. In the dead center of this large room stands a pillar that reaches upwards to hold support for this dome, and around that pillar is the bar itself. But that being said, there is also a smattering of tables and whatnot situated throughout this massive space. Ashram, because this is very obvious to you, you guys basically went through a portal. You guys are not near the docks anymore.
Yeah, that tracks. Can I judge where we are generally based on what I can see through the water, like the sun, or... Well, it's nighttime, right? So, like, the moon, where the moon would be. Just a rough estimate.
Do you have a sailing background?
No, but I do have keen mind that can tell me where north is.
Sure. Roll me a wisdom.
Okie dokie.
At advantage, because Sinar
True.
got... Oh, wait, was it advantage or inspiration? 1 second.
I
Inspiration.
believe it was inspiration.
Yeah, so if it was inspo, then you will get a D6 or a D8 to add to it. 1 second. It's been a while since somebody's redeemed inspiration. Oh my god, can I fucking type, please?
No. Here, I'll roll it and then roll the dice if I need it. Spamzos. I mean, that's a 20.
Roll a D6.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
So you rolled a total of a 24.
24.
Though you're not entirely sure exactly where you are far away from the docks of Kelpsa.
Okay.
You are
Probably.
in deep ocean. You can barely see the moonlight coming through the ocean surface above you.
Makes sense.
Jesus
You
Christ,
can't-
cats.
Can't be charged with crimes in Kelpsa if you're working outside of Kelpsa. So,
Maritime laws. Woo!
Woo!
sovereign citizen, gold flare on the flag, maritime law.
But yeah, the dome above you, what appears to be a colossal glass dome, is actually a magic barrier. Every now and again, like as a fish accidentally bumps into it, Ashram specifically, your eye would catch like a ripple of arcane energy that sort of washes over the dome from that spot.
All right, point of egress. If we need to get out of here, I can dispel that dome and we can swim up.
That seems like a terrible idea considering pressure underwater.
Yeah, but like it's either that or we all die. So if it's come to the point where I need to do that, it is either that or we all die. So that is a last resort.
I feel like that's still death. Only Jonas would survive.
I mean, you say that.
Pin doesn't need to breathe.
And Damien survives.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
because he can't die.
It's not great.
To live too.
It's not great if you die underwater and then resurrect and then die underwater and then
You're just
resurrect and then die
perpetually
underwater.
drowning, but slowly making your way up with buoyancy.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's unlocked.
that's
Jesus
rough.
Christ, that would be terrible.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
How? Because you would feel all the water, lungs.
Let's not think about this anymore.
Let's not think
and move
about
on.
Yeah.
But yes.
Magic
Won't come to
barrier.
that.
Sorry?
I said, let's just keep the magic barrier up. That sounds like a great. That sounds like. the
Yeah, that
best
sounds
idea.
like a good
I
idea.
don't know.
Yeah, I guess we'll see. Hopefully, we won't need to do it.
All of this starts leading you guys across the establishment, heading towards a series of doors on the far back. Do you guys stop? Do you examine anything?
I'm just gonna
I-
keep following along.
Jonas is not here to play reindeer games.
I'm just keeping my head on a swivel as we go, just keeping an eye all around us as best I can.
What's your passive perception, Ashram?
Passive perception is 16.
Ooh. Every now and again, something swimming through the kelp catches your eye. But it's so quick and fluid that you can't quite catch it fully from your passive. It's disturbingly large, though, compared to the other schools of fish you see. And it's more than just one of them. There's several instances where, like, to your left, you'll see something swimming through. And then as you try to focus in on that, like, through the corner of your, like, the right side of your vision, you'll see something else.
Interesting. Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
All right. As you guys make your way towards it back, I'm just gonna get
Also, just so that you're aware, I can polymorph into a shark. I would also be fine. It's literally only CCU would die.
Yes, that's fine.
No. Damien would die, just multiple times.
Yeah, but he'd be all right. He'd get over it.
Depends on how many of his savings he failed.
Yeah, because he only gets, like, I think 2 free deaths.
Is Stein
Or
with
one free
us?
death?
This is important.
I'm going to say likely.
Oh, a chair. Okay. Small chair in the corner. Hello.
Yeah. All right. So you guys make your way across the establishment to the doors along the back, and Alda eventually stops at the larger, more impressive-looking door, and she does a quick, rapid, sort of aggressive knock with the side of her fist. She'll look to the group and specifically focus on Jonas, and she'll give sort of a remember what we talked about kind of nod and look.
Jonas gives a thumbs up.
Okay. The door eventually opens, and you guys see this long room with this beautiful, dark, glossy hardwood that is again continued out in the rest of the establishment. There's a few steps that go downward that go towards a large red velvet couch and chair set that look outwards again into this domed glass-like magic barrier that looks out into the ocean proper. You see standing there a fine-dressed gentleman with a glass in one hand, his back facing you, one hand still perched behind his back. On the table he's standing next to, amidst this red velvet seating set, is an ashtray with a lit cigar in it. That smell of that cigar, that smoky, sweet, tangy scent is just all throughout this room. As you guys step
Can I
inward...
create water to douse the cigar?
Is that how you want to start this meeting?
I'm thinking about it.
I don't think I will, because Jonas doesn't want to trouble, but oof, the temptation is there.
As you guys step in proper, to your right you do see a beautiful, robust, handcrafted looking wooden desk with this amazing and impressive looking chair behind it. And behind both of those, you see from floor to ceiling bookshelves filled with so many books, oddities, trinkets, specimens. As the door not so gently closes behind you, causing some of you to jump and turn around, you see behind you a panther with black silky fur, and every now and again you'll see a wash of white mixed in. It will intently look at all of you and slowly move behind you, almost corralling you closer to the chairs next to the gentleman. As you also take in the wall behind you, you see affixed to the wall many other mounts, weapons, trinkets, oddities. It is an impressive gallery wall that all looks pristine and as well maintained as relics can be. I'm going to mute myself, and I'm going to unmute Jer.
I guess
Ashton.
CC cautiously takes his seat when
Astral
the panther
will,
isn't too close.
Astral will do the Riker, like, climb over the chair to sit down because he doesn't want to, like, do too much of the back turning to the panther.
She won't bite. Not
Well,
unless I tell her to.
Well, there's certainly no fear of claustrophobia in here. Jonas will sit cross-legged on the floor.
I suppose I didn't specify where to sit.
Sorry, it's the tail. I'm not used to it. It gets kind of squished in chairs.
The gentleman slowly turns around, takes the final sip from his glass, and sets it on a small table next to him. As he speaks toward you, you can smell the notes of what he was drinking on his breath. It's a very, very nice, strong spirit. You're not sure what, but it smells of caramels and fruity notes that you can't quite place. Oh, I know. You must forgive me, but I needs must speak privately with our party, as it were. And he looks to your mother, Jonas. And how does she respond?
She's going to sort of quickly put together what you're saying, and she'll say, "You were not removing me from this room. This is my son, and I'm going to be here for him."
I've
Oh.
explained the situation.
Oh, you misunderstand. I'm not removing you. You're leaving of your own accord. Or that other little item that we talked about. You know, the one in DevCast. That will become a very big problem very quickly. So I would suggest that you give us the privacy that I am requesting.
She'll tense as that threat is made. And you'll see her want to fight it. But as she musters enough wind to shout something, the panther, silent stalker as it is, has already rounded and has positioned itself between you all and Elda. And as she goes to raise her voice, the panther lets out a deep and aggressive snarl. And she will eventually start stepping back.
Your cooperation is greatly appreciated. Thank you. And as she slowly backs out of the room, the doors close with a heavy clunk. And at last it is just the soft silence of the room and the gentle thrum of the barrier that holds the immeasurable weight of the water above you aloft. So, you're the poor sods who stumbled too close. Well, beggars and choosers and all that. I am to aid you. Our mutual benefactor has informed me of your arrival and of your position within the plan.
Well, get the Expendables. It is more
Should you-
difficult when you're being chased by the most powerful police in the continent.
Well, that would be a far easier chore if any of you knew how to maintain a low profile. Especially you. You travel with all the subtlety of a fucking parade, Ashramvar.
Just hands go up. What? Why?
Cough.
Why me? Why every time? I am a professor. I am not a rogue. I am not sneaky. I've never known how to do that my entire life. I apologize, I guess, for that. And then immediately lowers his tone because of the panther behind him.
Oh yeah, she gets very close to you the more vocal you get.
The old man looks at you and he goes, "Do I look like I step with particular lightness? Do I look like I stick to the shadows? When I want to enter a room, I walk in with my entire fucking chest. You travel with all the grace and subtlety of a fucking parade because you insist on on grandiose action and tying yourself to people who have very high profiles in and of themselves. You are a liability, is what you are. You are a threat to the safety of the mission and a threat to the safety of those around you.
Well, you don't have much of any other choice at this point. I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry. Do you have any
You
other
could
Do you have any?
You could start by not provoking people. You could start by not making everything into a fight. You could start by actually working with the people who are trying to help you instead of trying to fight against them. There are lots of places that you could start. But the problem is they require you to come to them from a place of humility, from a place of from a position of inexperience. You must become the student, and you haven't been one in so long, you don't know how to be one. So don't stand there and throw a temper tantrum with me because you don't know how to conduct yourself accordingly. Sit down. Now.
Looks at the seat he was already sitting in. I suppose for the role play, I will sit down.
Now, if I may continue uninterrupted. Oh, Badoop.
Oh.
Mio has joined the chat to listen in, I assume.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
To at least update Mio, you guys are at a secret underwater speakeasy, and you are now in a room with Debullock, the collector that you have been sent to go look for by Aristos. He is in a massive room full of oddities, trinkets, and relics, and he has a live panther pacing around, sort of keeping you all in check.
Malting. Why does Aristos like him more than me? What does he have that I don't? Is it the panther?
I didn't even give a huge visual description. This individual is human? Question mark? An older gentleman.
He appears human. This individual appears to be a let's call him late 50s, early 60s-ish. Semi-tan, probably Mediterranean, possibly. Gentleman.
Yeah, he's got dark hair.
Salt and pepper. Yeah.
Yes, he's got
dark hair with a little salt coming in.
Oh, I would love to not be constantly cut off, honey. I love you so much.
Oh, sorry. Okay, well, which one of us is tackling this description?
Go ahead, sweetie.
Okay. So yes, he is again, slightly tan, possibly, like, as far as complexion is concerned, probably Mediterranean-esque. He's probably 5'11". Again, dark hair with little bits of gray starting to come in. And a clean-shaven face. So yes, if I may continue uninterrupted. So, I am to bequeath aid to you. However, being as you are, whoever just happened to stumble close enough, I needs must test you. And so, I need to know that you can operate quietly and with discretion. So, I need for you to acquire for me a box. Specifically, the item contained inside of the box. The outside of this box will be printed with article number 713 636. And you will find this box in the hold of a ship in the harbor by the name of, what was the name again?
The Tide Caller.
Thank you. You will find this ship, you will find this box in the hold of a ship called the Tide Caller. How you go about getting this, I leave entirely up to you. But, and he gives you a sideways but not, he's not trying to start a fight with you, if it makes sense. But he shoots you a quick glance, Ashram, and says, I would suggest, though, keeping this as quiet and low profile as possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to go in the dead of night. There are ways to be places in a official capacity. And so, I leave this to you. You can avail yourselves of my intelligence network in the meantime. They have been told what information they are allowed to give you in regards to this vessel and what is stored on it. This is your test. Prove yourselves.
I'm gonna have Damien speak up because Buddy's not currently here.
Mhm.
A lot has happened since we all walked in. Like, you say that you're allied with us, but I don't think we've actually established that we're actually all on the same page. Why are we being tested?
You are being tested because, as I have said, you are just the poor bodies who happen to wander close enough to Aristos for his influence to catch you. You are victims of circumstance. You are called to a great purpose, but it could have been anyone.
And sooner or later, we have to get the skull of necromancy from the neck of the king of Vermont.
Ah,
Well,
I see you've already done some looking.
That one's going to be a little bit harder than I think was initially intended.
Again, there are ways to accomplish things in official capacities that needn't ever see the light of day.
Kinda hard when you're working with a felon.
They sort of like turn their eyes to Ashram.
I swear to God, I'm gonna punt the next person that complains about Astrom being anything other than what Astrom is. Just kick like I'm going to kick like the football.
You should. It would be
Kick
really
of the
funny.
football. Kick of the football.
If could I ask a question?
What would you like to ask?
I understand the need for the test, but is there any way we could get any type of a question answered, not about the test, but about the reason we're here beforehand? I would say as a gesture of goodwill, but considering how you feel about us, understandably, that I think that's kind of the wrong point of view in this situation.
No, it is not. I will give you your gesture of goodwill. And so this is the shape of things. You know that Aristos intends to take magic back from the world. This you know, this he has told you, this you have seen the reasons for and against. Doubtlessly all of you have tried to make your case for the removal of magic, or the staying of the removal of magic from this world, probably none more fiercely than you. And he looks to you, Ashram. But the reality of the situation is this. This was not something we were ever meant to have. And we have squandered this gift. Full stop. That is why I aid my lord. Because for all the things it has done, for all the good, if you can even call it that at the end of the day, that is such a subjective word. What is good to the spider is evil to the fly. Surely you have heard that oversimplification until it is tired in your head. But there is a profound truth to it. The real cost is in the suffering. In the wars waged. Listen. I have had some time to come to accept this truth. But even I understand that Aristos can be angry. But imagine the immeasurable disappointment of having gone against your siblings. Of having fought tooth and nail to empower what they created to be food, to actually chase its own destiny in the universe. And they used it to tear themselves apart. We don't deserve it. We will not be left in the dark, however. There is a plan. We will not be left entirely without tools. Return that box to me, and I will tell you what these tools are.
So that's extremely helpful. I didn't even realize that. But I was
And
thinking,
to that end, he produces a small trinket.
oh,
That he actually walks over and gives to places on pin, and says, Aristos wanted this to be given to you from my care. You may use it at your discretion. And it's a small brooch. Honestly, it's just a simple wooden circle with what appears to be a metal flower that sort of weaves through the ring of the circle. And he clips it onto your vest pin and taps it. And you look down as you can see, at least visually, all the seams of your warforged form sort of dissipate. They even themselves out until you have real skin again. It's an illusion. It's just to help you, walk around and feel, or I guess look the way you want to look. But it is just a trinket that, yes, Aristos wanted you to have.
Heartbreaking. Thank you. I raise my paw. I have another question. Okay, yeah. Cece, you go first.
I was just going to ask for some information before we do this. One of the things we've been struggling with is obviously we need to find the parts of Aristos. But there is one
Yes.
part we still don't know what it is. Do you by chance have any idea of which one? We know it's connected to conjuration, but it was the only one in the temple that was basically too worn to be able to make out.
Do you want to know how that mural in the temple got as damaged as it was, and the others were still sort of readable? It's because I damaged it. Every signpost you read has been laid before you. You will know this upon your return with the item I have requested. Prove yourselves to me, and I will tell you what the last piece is. Um, Ashram. Can you roll for me? Do you have history? Do you have knowledge history?
I absolutely do. It is one of my specialties. I think I have a plus.
Perfect. Can you roll for me? And you are also keen-minded, correct?
I am, yes.
All right. You may also roll this at advantage because you are trying to remember something that you have seen recently.
Hooray! Yeah, 1 second. I think Ashram, like as I set this up, I think Ashram, like the only thing he's really thinking like to himself at this point, before this is said, is just like he wonders how different this guy would feel if the first one we had gotten was the conjuration one, and his whole little party down here had been washed away when that floating disc had just stopped working. But that's a 27 with advantage.
Yeah.
27. All right. So you're chewing on what he said, and you listen to him as he says, that mural looks the way it does because I was the one who damaged it.
Mhm.
Ashram, that damage was old.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking that. Hmm. Interesting. Interesting. You damaged it. Was that? How long ago was that?
Are you asking that question out loud?
Dude, that's a very good question. I think he. Yeah, fuck it, in for a penny. Yeah, and how long ago was that? Because that thing was ancient and destroyed, not exactly in recent history.
Very astute of you. You are a prodigy for a reason. The blessings of my Lord come in many forms. You are familiar with but a narrow spread. More will be revealed to you in time, when you are ready to learn it. But he gives you a You ever had a teacher give you a look when you answer a question that they didn't expect you to be able to answer, and they're like, all right,
Yeah.
all right, I got you. That kind of look,
Oh
that's what
yeah.
he hits you with.
Okay. That fills me with a bit more confidence.
Yeah, like
Um.
you've given that look to a couple of pupils, and you're now realizing that, like, okay, this guy might have a lot more going on than just what is right here.
Right. Um.
Like, this is probably not his only underwater palace.
Fair. I specifically need the dimensions of the box. The weight would be useful to us. Any of that information that could be provided, just the basics of it. But as I'm saying this, I am keeping very close eyes on him. Is there anything about his sort of, I don't want to call it facade, but just sort of what he looks like? Anything about it look off? Anything about it look magically faked in any way? Is
No,
he glamored in any
absolutely
way?
not.
Okay.
Absolutely not. You are not seeing, like, with the abilities that you have, like, this room is
Right.
glowing with magical items. Like, this room is built and
Yeah.
sustained through magic. But
Right.
he's just a north of middle-aged man in a smoking jacket.
Okay. Okay. So he doesn't look like he might be a lich or a vampire or anything strange. He's just a dude.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. That's I can work with that. Um. Okay. Yeah. Any sort of information I can get about the box, specifically where it's located on the
We
ship,
have
would be
his
great.
information network. Let's not waste his time with this.
I know. I'm just requesting this information to him so that he knows what we're asking when we go asking.
Well, I have already told you that you will find the box in the hold of the Tide Caller.
Right.
So, you know the name of the ship. You could perhaps use this to find a copy of maybe the initial drawings of the ship, or copies of maintenance records the last time it was in dry dock. There are lots of ways to find the information that you seek. This is part of the test.
That's fair. All right.
I need to know that you can move without being seen. And that includes being seen at a cultural level.
Sure. Understandable.
And he motions to the door as the doors, you hear a ka-chunk, and the doors slide open. Jonas, your mother is pacing back and forth, fuming fucking mad. Like, ready to knock this guy's fucking block clean off. But, god damn it, dirt's a hell of a thing.
As we're leaving, I do want to get a very specific bead on each magic item. Just in case.
I'm
Not
a
gonna
level with
happen
you,
by
D.
a quick glance. It's literally
Not gonna
all
happen
throughout
by
the room.
Yeah, like
Okay.
when I say this room is like every item in this room is magic, I do mean that.
Anything
Like every
specific.
trinket on the wall is enchanted in some respect. Every single one.
Is there anything specific that would draw the eye that I can like keen mind and remember that's a thing that's here?
Not particularly. No, it is a homogeneous jumble of oddities from, it seems, a bunch of points through history, different religious symbols. There's no real rhyme or reason to it apart from the fact that these things are old and seemingly valuable.
Right.
There is one thing I'll say will catch your eye.
Oh.
There is an empty mount that looks like it held something long. Did you want to try to perceive what the plaque says?
Sure, I'll give it a shot. Why not?
Roll me a
As
perception.
we're walking out. Perception.
When she said, I also have a question.
That's a 17.
17. You managed to gleam Angel's Sword of Valtoria.
Angel's Sword of Valtoria.
But again, there's no
It's
sword on
missing.
that plaque.
And it's missing.
Did they say that aloud?
Me? No. That's in my head.
Those are inside thoughts.
It's something I can like mention when we get back to your mother's, but not in the presence of the guy that we just got a contract from, or quote unquote contract.
Mia also had a question, I believe.
I don't know if this was mentioned when you were describing him, but on him, Mr. Guy, do we see any like tattoos similar to what we have?
He is dressed in a very fine suit. There is very little exposed skin.
Yeah, you can't make out any of the usual. I say usual, but the tattoos that you have become accustomed with, the black markings on you, you don't see any of that. No.
Okay. I think Pin would sort of like give him like an appraising like glance over before they leave the room. And then they'll like just point to the big cat. I'm gonna just be like, what's his name?
Her name is Fang.
I like her. She seems nice.
Oh.
Tell her I said thank you.
Well, you could tell her yourself. She does understand you.
She can.
And at that, the panther comes over and stands in front of you, and this thing is fucking big. like it stands a full head over you as
Damn.
at the height you're at, and it it comes over and it like lowers its head a little bit and like gives you a slow blink after you say that it's really, or what did you say, it's really pretty or it's really nice.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, it comes over and like lowers its head and gives a slow blink.
Slow blink.
Do you reach up and like scratch its head or like between its ears or something?
A slow
Yeah.
blink. A slow blink means it trusts you, Pen. That's great.
Yeah. You get a deep
Okay, no,
Um,
not.
kind of purr.
No, there's no purr.
No?
You're not
Can't
doing this
purr.
to Fang. Pin, I think you also missed
Not
the
on my watch.
description. This is a
Okay, well,
gorgeous
you
black
didn't let
panther
me finish it.
with
Babe.
vitiligo.
Babe, can you let me finish? I wasn't going with purr.
Oh, sorry. I heard you say purr.
I started with purr because that's the kind of like that like rolling sound effect, that rolling back of the tongue or back of the throat sound. You get that, but it's mixed with a bit of a chuff. And she rears back up, looks at you, and then wanders back over, takes a seat beside the couch, and licks her chops and looks, just kind of stares at you. The collective you, not anybody individually.
Obsessed with Fang. Did you want to give her description, Oko? No?
Yeah, just a black panther with vitiligo.
I love it. She, one last thing. I was just gonna say, Pin would return the slow blink, and there's sort of like an almost like robotic like shutter clicking when they blink. Even though you can't really see the seams on their body anymore. But they'll follow the group after that interaction. Coolest thing they ever experienced.
Ignore that, by the way. I didn't mean to put that in the chat.
What is it?
I just accidentally put like I was trying to close things, and so unsettling was just random. Promise, I wasn't trying to do that to Bolek or the Panther.
I think now might be a good time to call because we are a little over time, and I don't want to do too much with Damien gone.
Stealth mission.
A lot of planning about to happen.
Time for the heist.
Yay!
Yeah, hi.
Oh joy!
Yeah, it's the heist episode coming up. You excited?
Yeah, the obligatory
Oh,
heist episode. Blessed. Big excite.
We're a party of criminals. This
I
is
mean,
like our thing.
we have to make criminals out of you if the Amarillia Murders crew is gonna hunt you down, right? Like,
I don't think we need any other reason for them to hunt us down at this point. Okay, like
Yeah.
we don't need.
We got criminals.
If we were criminals before this, now we'll just be like extra charged, I guess.
well, I mean, Ashram was.
We were all criminals
Well-
before this. Now we'll be skilled criminals.
Yeah.
Yes.
Only one of us has successfully gotten away with murder.
I
mean-
I guess
Depends on what-
technically Cece
depends
didn't
on-
kill that guy.
Listen,
No, I
murder
just- no, I
requires
just got
intent.
the
What
impression.
Ashram did was manslaughter.
It was
Yeah,
not, it was
and what
not
Pin did was arson.
Wow.
Oh shit, that's right. Pin did murder somebody.
Yeah,
Pin murdered a
Neo-
facility.
Neo was not talking about Ashram.
Pin's a fucking monster. I don't think you all realize how much of a fucking horror show Pin is.
Oh no, I realized.
They do. They beat him with a wrench.
I forgot to.
This little Warforged did some elfin lead shit, like there is some trauma buried in there, and it is going to come out in some violent ways.
Implying it has it. Anyway, always room for things to be worse.
What the fuck, you little asshole?
Love him.
Sorry, I got a kitten that's an absolute menace.
Baby.
Hello. Put them on the phone.
Put the baby on the phone. I wish to pet the baby.
Yeah, can you rub them against the mic real quick?
I don't know how much they'd appreciate that, but I'm holding them currently.
If you post more pictures of the baby.
They are all over pet spam because I've been sharing many photos of them.
more?
But that being said, I forgot to tell you all about the ink stained stickers that are now in stock.
Hey.
Yeah, I just shared the Ko-fi link, and if I remember, it will also be in the description below for the VOD viewers. Oh, pardon me. But yeah, you can now get stickers of your favorite ink-stained cast member or the entire party. Those are all options.
Like the murderer.
Only available until we die in game.
Yeah,
Or the
and
murderer.
like, you know, when they do die, then it's like a collector's item, right?
Yeah.
I'm screaming.
Why
I
are
need,
you
to get I need
screaming?
to get another one. Mine's all bent up because of the back of my tablet.
Alright, I'm going to deafen in the Discord so I can do my sign-off. But if you guys are able to, feel free to stick around for post-game aftercare. And, yeah, I'll talk to you all in a minute.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye everyone. Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Give me 1 second, folks. Jenny's asked me a question.
Stress. It's great.
1 second. Jer has a cliffhanger.
Oh yeah,
Oh boy.
I got cliffhangers.
Are we still live?
Ashram,
Oh shit.
in your inventory of the room, you're looking around at all that. You clock the empty placard for the sword, and you look down at Pin, and you notice something interesting. The brooch that is creating this illusion around Pin, it's not magical. Thank you for coming, everybody, today. It's been a great campaign day. And
What? Look.
Yeah, it doesn't emit magic.
Huh?
it doesn't emit magic. Not that you can tell.
That's very strange.
Isn't it?
Yeah, I'm gonna go
Awesome.
back to deafening. Alrighty, have a good one, folks. We're gonna go over to bloop. There we go. Thank you all so much for tuning in. If you guys are new here, just let you folks know that I do run 2 D&D campaigns that take place in the same universe at roughly the same time, and you can watch both of them on my YouTube channel. And because they are connected, things that Group A does affect Group B. So, for example, Inkstained has... Cover your ears, Llama. Inkstained, Llama's a player in Emerly Murders, has successfully removed divination magic from the world. And that will affect Emerly Murders. So, if that is something that interests you, yeah, feel free to check that out. And if you guys want to discuss things in the fan tabs of the Discords, feel free to check out that link there. I do have fan tabs in the Discord where you can get some more information on the characters. And you can discuss things that happened during sessions. So, yeah. I unfortunately do not like raiding out this late at night because I'm tired and I just want to go to bed. Thank you all so much for understanding, and until I get to see you all again on Monday, I hope you all stay awesome, stay safe, and well, I guess this is bye-bye.